All righty. Hello, everyone. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of June 3rd, 2025. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. I've spilt my coffee already. We're off to a great start. Our study session tonight is on two items. First, a discussion on the transit needs study. Second, we will have a presentation on the joint project proposal for a Central Way bike path adjacent to Peter Kirk Park. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you. Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. So excited to talk to you today about the transit needs study. The presentation is going to be made by Kimberly Scrivener, our transportation planner, and Victoria Kovacs, also transportation planner, and Sarah Olson, our Deputy Public Works Director. We want to lay out the background as to how we got here, and what we're looking for is council's feedback on the proposed elements of the study and any other thoughts you want to share with us before we get going on it. So with that, I will turn it over to Kimberly.
Thank you. Is your mic on?
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor Curtis, Council. Good evening. I know I'm trying to find the mouse. I need to share though. Great. Good evening. So tonight we're talking about the transit needs study. No surprise to everybody, this is a study that's identified in the Transportation Strategic Plan. This project meets a variety of the goals, both the balanced transportation with City Council and the goals in the Transportation Strategic Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. The reason why we're doing this study is because there was a restructure of transit service that was planned prior to the COVID pandemic and was set to launch at that time. And this restructure was designed to have more direct routes, but required more transfers. We've also seen, due to the pandemic, loss in service hours, also loss in ridership and change in ridership trends. We've also heard from the community that with a desire for more transit service, and we really want to better understand where people want to get to and what the gaps are and what's keeping them from taking transit now. We wanted to give you a little bit of a reminder of what we heard from the Transportation Strategic Plan. We did ask questions about transit service. It is very encouraging. Out of the over 500 people that completed our transportation survey, over 80, it looks like almost 85% of them are at least somewhat interested in taking transit. So at least for the folks that took that survey, that's encouraging. There is a lot of emphasis on more frequent service as one of the barriers for people taking transit. And then this chart came from the work that King County Metro has done and from their survey related to the Rapid Ride K-Line, but they also asked general questions about transit and fewer transfers, and again, frequency came in pretty high, really high in terms of what they heard from the community. For this transit needs study, in terms of a couple of the general outcomes that we're looking at, we want to identify what are the gaps, where do people need to get to, and where are they coming from? So essentially an origin destination, and then also what kinds of transit solutions that may be appropriate for various land use densities, the types of travel, the needs in the community. This project is not intended to identify new capital projects. We're not suggesting that we change any land use. or make any land use policies. We wanted to coordinate with the adopted comprehensive plan. We did talk with the Transportation Commission about this, and they are also interested in looking at where the barriers are in terms of the, general access and how, and that quality of experience. Transportation Commission is a little bit more interested in kind of being a little bit broader in terms of unconstrained vision. In terms of our timeline, so we'd like to get through and make sure that we understand and we can communicate with our consultants exactly what you want out of the study. We will look to hire a consultant, so go through that procurement process this summer with the goal of conducting engagement in this fall. We will look at that needs assessment and really dive into what we're hearing from the community next year, and then really think through the solutions with a conclusion in 2026 around the fall time. So giving us enough time to come back to council to really dive in and really listen to our community and really try to understand those gaps and what are some solutions.
Councilmember Sweet?
Kimberly, question. Are we going to do any special focus on what the needs are going to be specific to the rapid, what's it called? Rapid
The K-line.
Most rapid transit.
BRT. Thank you. Yeah, getting people to the BRT station.
That could definitely be a component to the study. It's one of the things that we want to hear from you tonight, or some of the things that you would like for us to include in that. And so we'll note that making sure that people can access the frequent transit that's coming is a great suggestion.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I've previously recused myself from K-line discussion, and I'm going to defer to the city attorney as to whether or not I need to recuse myself from this discussion. Thank you.
Great. And so with that, I want to hand it over to Victoria to cover some of the elements of the project.
Great. We included the proposed study elements in your packet. Of course, we'll have the framework and background that Kim just nicely covered. But as far as hiring an expert, a consultant to help us, there are three sort of main tasks we'll focus on. The first being community engagement. We want to ask folks, what are the gaps in transit service? Where do we need connections that don't exist now? Also specific barriers to taking transit. Like, is there a specific time of day or other need not currently being met? One of our transportation commissioners, the youth member, mentioned that they carry day needs. So hearing those stories would be helpful. As Kim mentioned, we want to cover origin destination, where people are going. We're envisioning the engagement to be more of a focus group stakeholder type conversations to get at these rich narratives as opposed to just open houses or tabling. But to get that broader citywide engagement, we are envisioning either a web map or an online survey. For the Transportation Strategic Plan, we did have a web map that was very, very well utilized. So we do have a very engaged community for those online tools. The Transportation Commission also encouraged us to be sure to reach folks who work and visit Kirkland, not just our residents, and to also ask, what would it take for you to take transit if you're not taking it now? Next slide. The second main task for a consultant is really this needs assessment. We are planning on doing a formal data request to Metro. We are, of course, always talking to them and exchanging data all the time, such as for MetroFlex. We've had a lot of conversations already on how that's performing, but we want to hear, how is the ridership in Kirkland? What are the service hours? And has Metro heard anything from the community about what's working or not working that could inform our community engagement learnings as well? As far as the analysis, we'd like to overlay our comprehensive plan land use with Metro's 2044 network plan. Are there any gaps where we're planning growth that we're not going to have planned service? We could also do a walkshed analysis, so how many households are within a 10-minute walk of high-frequent transit. Transportation Commission encouraged us to seek even more data services such as Strava, Big Data, Uber, Lyft, Sound Transit, of course. There's also the PSRC, the Puget Sound Regional Council Regional Transportation Plan ongoing, so we can seek their data sources as well.
Our Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Victoria, when we look at this needs assessment, a lot of these data sources are around existing fixed route transit. I want to make sure that we're also covering the areas that do not have fixed route transit in their city or aren't covered in the Metroflex area, because we know we have some transit deserts. And I think part of what I'm looking to see out of this plan is where does that map to Kirkland 2044 in the areas where we need to add transit service in addition to where we need to add more frequent transit service?
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can definitely get at that with the land use, and we can also map destinations. Are there certain destinations not being reached as well? That's a great point. Okay. And the last major task is what we're calling a typologies toolbox. It's really a matrix of options. So we'll identify these gaps and needs, and then sort of a suite of options of possible solutions to that gap or need. So to get at what are those solutions available, we're envisioning a peer city review. We've heard a lot about the bellhop or Snoqualmie Valley. What are those attributes of those systems? What are their operating hours? How long are the routes? What kind of ridership are you seeing? How big are those service areas? And then even broader, what is best practice for these types of services? A shuttle can carry 8 people and a bus can carry 80 people. So there's different capacities for different vehicle types. A loop might work well for 2 miles. Does it work well for 50 miles? Do people want to go on a 3-hour loop tour? Probably not. So there's certain thresholds, right, for what would work well for different types of services based on your destinations, your stops, your coverage areas, your operating times. And then again, mapping those gaps and those solutions, what are kind of matching solutions to the gap. Transportation Commission advised us to really, again, tie back to our land use vision, calling out, is there a key connection or corridor that might be missing? And then another interesting narrative was a question is, are there concentrated populations that might have concentrated destination needs? The example was there's a lot of senior housing downtown. Do a lot of them need to get to grocery stores or to Evergreen Health? We've heard similar narratives from the senior council members as well, and interest in some kind of shuttle. So those are the 3 outcomes. Next slide. So the question back to the council is, do you concur with these sort of 3 study outcomes I just went through? Again, as I mentioned, we will do a framework and background, and then regardless of the study, of course, we will review Metro Connect's next service restructure and have comments, but want to turn it over to you all for discussion.
Thank you. Council? Oh, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sure, I'll go. Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Super helpful. Really helped round out sort of the materials in the packet. And I actually like the direction we're going. I probably I want to make a few comments. I don't think I really have any questions, but I guess if staff has questions for me as I'm going through, that would be helpful. So the way I looked at this was sort of with a who, where, what, how, and why not analysis. And ultimately, I think what we need is a study that helps us understand who our riders are, who our potential riders could be, and that's kind of the who. And if folks are not riding, why not? That's the why not. Where is that those questions you were asking, of the folks that we know who are riders, are likely to be transit riders or are possible transit riders, where do they really want to go? And really making sure we understand that. And that'll help us understand, I think, where some of the gaps are and where the deserts are. And I think sort of an overarching concept that I want to make sure we're focused on, which Deputy Mayor has already hinted at. I think there's sort of ground-up analysis that needs to be happen, and then it also needs to be sort of a top-down overlay, which is the comp plan and the vision from the comp plan of growth in jobs and housing in Kirkland, and making sure that it's really important to us. I think that what I really want to make sure out of this study that we understand is what kind of investments do we need to make in concurrent transit infrastructure, routes, and facilities, even if we're not the ones that are necessarily going to be in a position to provide those services, if we're relying on our transit partners in Metro and Sound Transit, but being in a position to advocate really in an informed way for what kind of transit we need in order to support a vision of growth of jobs and housing in our urban growth centers and our neighborhood centers and whatnot. I think that leads to the question of sort of so once we understand that, what are the ways we're going to fill those gaps? And that's I think the types you were talking about. Is this a Kirkland funded, circulator? What do we need from our transit partners? Let's, think innovatively about dial-up and flex service areas, and then, of course, speedy, reliable, fixed routes. I just want to make one last point about who we're talking to. I think that I think it's really important that we not just talk to people who tell us they are riders today, but making sure that we're talking to people who we strongly suspect would be riders of services in the future if they met the needs of being speedy, reliable, frequent, and went to the places that they really want to go. I think of my mother and my mother-in-law who both live near South Kirkland Park and Ride and do ride transit, but they'll tell me pretty much exactly what they need from transit in order for them to do it more frequently. And they probably, if asked, they would probably not consider themselves frequent transit riders or even likely transit riders, but I think in fact they are as folks in their 70s who live near a transit hub. I said all that really to say I think is what you just heard kind of the direction that you're going. I feel like I'm on the same page with where the staff is going with their proposal. Okay. All right. Well, I just want to share where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilmember Pascal, then Councilmember Sweet, and Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
All right, thanks. Thanks for the presentation. So I think about this in kind of two parts to the study. One is the needs assessment, the technical analysis that you summarized, and then the part that I've been talking about for some time is kind of what is our transit strategy overall? How do we engage with Metro? How do we advocate for our service needs? And the one thing that that we all know is that we don't have control over a transit system, that King County does. And we're one of many communities that are advocating for transit service, right? So, there's 20, 30 other folks or cities like us that are asking for the same things. We have other elected officials across the county asking for the same thing. So the thing that I've learned through participating on the Regional Transit Committee is that we're all advocating for that. So Metro's just like, whoa, hold on, we can only do so much. We can't do it all for everyone. So then what makes Kirkland different? What makes Kirkland special? How do we get ahead in line, so to speak, right? And so that's the strategy I'm talking about. How do we address the low equity scores that we have, to get service? If we're scoring low and everyone's asking for the same stuff, how does Kirkland achieve what we want from a transit service perspective? We could have a great plan, but we don't control the service. So I'm looking for kind of and then the other thing, I guess, is that the how, when, and where we travel has fundamentally changed over the last 5 years, but our transit service really is still looks and feels like it did 5 years ago. And I think you said that the Northeast Mobility Project, was implemented in 2020, but we never really realized those service changes. We still have routes that are 30-minute headways when the whole point of that service change was for transfers instead of one-seat rides. But with 30-minute headways, it's not a transfer conducive environment. People are just not going to ride. And then kind of thinking about Kirkland, what makes Kirkland special, or different? We have more dense housing than some of other communities in King County. We don't have light rail or high capacity transit like other communities. And I think if we actually kind of looked at the numbers, we would have a continual decline in service hours from Metro if we look back over the last 10 years. And it continues to erode, even with the discussion about the MetroFlex, right? Potentially eroding. So I just so the strategy is about really what's our message? How do we convey that? How do we talk about it? Are we all preaching the same thing, or are we all saying different things, and are we just getting drowned out with the other electeds and communities in King County? And so then, therefore, we can have the greatest plan, but at the end of the day, we're still just one of 40 different communities in King County advocating for the same stuff. So what's our strategy? That's what I'm talking about. So that is less formulaic. It's less kind of, here's the process, here's the scope. It's more like I don't know if that's the consultant side or just more kind of like a political strategist. That's what I'm looking for also from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
Well, along the same vein as Councilmember Pascal, I think we need to control more of what our transit situation is. And I've been listening to him for years as a member of the Regional Transit Committee come back so frustrated because of exactly what he has described in terms of where we sit in terms of social justice and the evaluation of our needs. And there's not more money going into the system or more transit capacity going into the system, regardless of what the numbers have said over the years. So I think that is a conversation that we need to have. I don't think we need to have it separately. I think we have needs that would be paralleled by Woodinville, North Shore, Kenmore, even elements of Redmond that are underserved. So I think that's a partnership discussion that I would hope would be happening among city managers, among mayors, in terms of sort of taking some control over what it is that we want to provide to our communities on the northeast side of King County. The other thing I think that we need to focus on is, and I'm sure you're going to do it, but I just remember going to a meeting one time with Amy Falcone and understanding that her daughter can't take the bus to school because there isn't a bus that goes to school from her neighborhood. That makes no sense to me that there isn't either a school-provided bus or there isn't something that we can do to enable Metro or whoever is providing the service to expand their service in ways that people can actually get to the places they go every single day. And then the last one is I'm really sensitive to the senior needs. I drove the flex car, the community van for a while, and I did take some transfers from various places, particularly seniors. And it's almost like maybe we need to reevaluate where we place that, because I was always picking it up at North Kirkland and ending up in downtown Kirkland. So, but I think they've discontinued a lot of that service. And then final thing is we just recently had a bus bingo challenge by the sustainability ambassadors at Juanita High School. I think we should partner with them around really understanding what it is that they are finding out as they are really pushing kids into using buses as a bit of the way to save their planet. Thank you.
Great idea. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I'm pleased with this, where this is going. It looks like it's going in the right direction. As far as advocating with King County Metro, I'll leave that to staff's discretion. I'm sure it will be a fruitful and rewarding experience, and, you know, that'll be how that goes. The thing that I'm most interested in is, that was sarcasm, by the way. Sorry. I've seen a lot of examples in government where the library board or a board goes and advocates for the same thing that 40 other cities are advocating for. It's a uphill battle. And it's especially frustrating when King County Metro has used certain criteria to deprioritize our city. But I'd be especially interested in seniors, and I'm especially interested to see if there is a Kirkland-funded shuttle or pilot program we could explore, that, not to go invent our own bus service, but if there's an internal need where we're able to help seniors. And specifically, I've seen a lot of situations where seniors don't want to stop driving, and it's not because they want to continue to drive, it's because they don't want to lose their independence. And if we can create a situation where they can maintain independence and help them maintain that independence, then that won't be such a tough issue, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this. Thank you for bringing this back to us. When I was reading it, I had forgotten about, the why or where this, stemmed from. So I did go back and look at the service package from the budget and look at, the justification and kind of what the plan was for doing this study. And because I always think whenever we're doing a study is, what are the research questions? Why are we doing this? And what are we going to do with that information at the end of the day? What decisions are going to be influenced by the end product, the result, right? And in this case, I think it's a few different things. Looking back at the service package justification, it's decision-making within the city, whether we're going to, fund some sort of internal, whether it be just Kirkland specific or, with neighboring cities, type of smaller transit service. It's advocating, like we've talked about, like a lot of my colleagues have talked about. And then also in here, I know you mentioned that there's not going to be any sort of capital projects coming out of this, but it does mention in the service package justification, planning, better inform the TIP with transit supportive capital projects, that it will help provide some input for that as well. So that was kind of my lens in looking into this, is why are we doing this? Like what decisions are going to be made? And I feel like there's aside, putting the capital projects thing aside for now and just thinking about like actual transit service, I feel like there's a few different ways we can look at it. And I think that all of them are likely valid. Are we trying to get a bigger piece of the pie for Kirkland? Are we trying to increase the size of the pie for the whole region so that our proportion is larger? Or even if our proportion remains the same, that the actual service is larger? Or are we trying to bake our own pie, right? And I feel like looking at some of the questions are really about, what flavor of pie and what's the packaging of the pie, and those things are great, but I feel like that's not really like laser focused on what like we're really looking to do here. Some of those may be helpful in influencing decisions for saying advocating for our larger slice of the pie, getting community engagement around what flavors they like so that we're making sure that the bigger pie includes, the filling that they like, whether it be cherry or apple or whatever it may be. I don't know why I'm going so far with this pie analogy, but for some reason it's just making sense to me tonight. Maybe I'm hungry. But I think it's just really important to think through, why are we doing this? And also to think through what other data sources are already available. As a culture, as a city, we over-survey people so much. I won't get on my soapbox about that, but it significantly deteriorates the quality of the data, right, when people are over-surveyed. So anywhere we can get secondary data sources, you mentioned it in some of the slides, but going to, some of it was even literally in the slides. We have some of this information. Some of the things that Councilmember Block was asking about, we already have data for. You had it on the slides. Like, what would make you more interested in riding transit? We have that. We don't need to ask that, right? So, like, let's just not, like, I don't want to waste people's time on that unless we think there's going to be something new and unique, different, that we don't already have information for. So I really hope that we'd start with our secondary data analysis. What do we already know? What data are already out there so we don't like waste, city money, taxpayer money, and waste people's time and asking people questions that we already have the answers to. And then maybe it's more quantitative. Maybe we don't have, maybe we need to dig a little bit deeper, right? Maybe there's not like Kirkland specific questions, or maybe there's, other quantitative data that we need to know. Maybe not. Maybe we only need to do qualitative, right? The focus groups. Maybe it's just a follow-up to dive deeper. Like we heard that, bus shelter is a really important thing. What would that look like for you? Do you need that for every stop? Like what would that include? That kind of stuff, right? So I just want us to be mindful when we go out to do any sort of like data collecting, that we're just mindful of that and mindful of people's times and resources to do that. But I do think there's value in it and potential value in it, but I just wanted to mention that. I do really appreciate my colleagues' points about like what is unique about Kirkland. I want to make sure that we're not, and Councilor Pascal raised some good points about having some more dense housing, having no light rail, declining service hours. Those are really good reasons for us to leverage a study like this to try to advocate for a bigger piece of the pie. What I don't want us to do is use the wealth and privilege that we have as one of the wealthier cities to be able to come to the table with a fancy study that maybe some other cities can't, right? So I just wanted to be mindful of that. Yes, it's our job to advocate for our city, but at the same time, just want us to be mindful of that as well and where our position is. And also, I think part of this is really understanding how to advocate as a wealthy city on equity. Because a lot of times people think, well, East Side cities are just so wealthy, there's not a need, right? It's really important that we demonstrate that in wealthy areas, in fact, folks who are living in poverty oftentimes have a harder time accessing services and accessing things like transit, and so the need is actually greater. And I think it is and we get this with many things, right? Funding for a lot of things on the East Side because of that misperception that if we're wealthy, there must not be a need. So it's really important for us to be mindful of that and learn how to articulate that argument because it is, our duty to really represent and look out for those who are most in need in our community and to help make that case. And I think that a study like this could help us make that case, help us make the case on the basis of equity, that in fact, a city like Kirkland actually needs more transit service. So anyway, I just want to mention that. There are a lot of people out there who I think, a lot of partners who make really, are able to articulate that argument pretty well. So I think there's some folks that we could look to who I think of like East Side for All, and some of their leadership has made that case pretty well. I agree with Councilmember Pascal that I don't think this is just a study. In fact, when I first read this memo, I was like, well, what we really need is like a political strategist and an economist, right, to help us really understand what the need is here and help us really prepare to better advocate at Metro and Sound Transit, right? How do we better leverage the information that we have to really get a bigger piece of the pie that really is needed for our Kirkland residents for transit? Because we have a lot of this information already, right? As I know I've said that before, but so I do think that's really important. I also, generally speaking, whether it be in the advocacy or in the study that we do and who we reach out to, I agree with what I've heard from some of my fellow council members. Some of my thoughts were we need to reach out to the senior community. We've heard from the senior council a couple years ago the need for hyper-local transit within the city of Kirkland, whether that be a shuttle or bellhop type thing or whatever that may be. We've heard that loud and clear from our senior community. We also need to reach out similarly to folks with disabilities, with various disabilities in our community, and what their unique needs are related to transit. And I would also argue, thank you, Councilmember Sweet, for bringing up youth, children and youth. I think that children and youth need to be a huge piece of this. This is, in a city like Kirkland, we have a lot of discretionary transit unit, or we have a greater proportion, I would argue, than maybe some other places, of discretionary transit riders, right, who can choose whether or not they want to ride transit. That's a lot of what we're talking about here, right, is because we know that we currently have so many folks who have the option of using a car or other modes of transportation if they want to. As we increase, if we reach some of the needs that we have articulated in our comprehensive plan, the affordable housing element, we're going to have a higher proportion of transit-dependent riders as well in our city, right? And that's a different thing to advocate for. And so I think we need to make sure, and that's why I talk about like the economists and some other strategists in there, because we really need to be able to show, you mentioned, the tying it to our 2044 goals, but really housing affordability and income levels and understanding, why folks ride transit, whether it's out of necessity or whether it's out of just choosing to because they want to, is a completely different story. And I think the numbers will be different based on how we look at that. So we need to really understand what's that threshold of income level and what that has to, like at what point do we, can we make assumptions about increased transit ridership based on income level? And I think that that's important information to understand as we advocate and as we talk about implementation of our comprehensive plan and more affordable housing at different affordability levels. So let's remember that, but also coming back to youth, I've heard Councilmember Pascal say before that, it's really important to get kids riding transit before age 12 to really make them like lifetime transit users. So we need to get elementary age kids riding transit. So this is a conversation I believe we should have also with Lake Washington School District. With, I remember, like, I've told this story a million times, I won't go into the story, but the issue that got me involved with the city was school walk route safety. We didn't have a bus, we didn't have sidewalks. And so I remember asking the school district, well, can we have a bus pass for my kids to get to school? And they would have thought I was like, was like the worst mom in the world that I asked, how dare I want my kid to take transit to get to school? But to me, it was just made sense like that. Like there should be a bus that my kid gets to school. If not a school bus, it should be a city bus. And so I think it's a mindset shift, it's a culture shift to really get more kids riding transit. There are some cool things that I know that some of the schools are doing with taking kids on field trips on transit. So if there's a partnership that we can have there to help encourage more younger kids, not just middle schoolers and high schoolers, but elementary age kids to ride transit, I think that will also help because we want to increase, again, that discretionary ridership among our population. And I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I think it's going to be a one generational, and two out of necessity. And so let's just think through those. But I really would like to, again, focus on seniors, those with disabilities, and youth in particular. I mean, everyone, of all of our population, of course. But I think those in particular will require maybe some specific focus groups or specific outreach to understand those unique needs in our community. But overall, I'm glad that we're doing this, and I appreciate you, again, bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. And following up on Councilmember Falcone's comments, when we're talking about pie, my philosophy is all of the above. So each of your things, okay, so we're talking about getting a bigger slice of the pie. I support the county's equity work. Where this came from was out of the pandemic, where you saw very, very clearly transit-dependent populations restored their service immediately. And as a community, as Councilmember Falcone had mentioned, that many of our riders are transit riders by choice, we never recovered at the same rate and actually still haven't today. And I support where the county was going about saying what they do with their existing pie to say there's going to be an equity focus. What I see that comes out of this study, though, is more of an understanding with the work we're doing in Kirkland 2044, with what we're hearing from the Senior Council and others, what are those transit-dependent populations and how do we go serve them? So we can surface that information to use Metro's criteria. In the area of expanding the pie, the decision when more funding comes of where you add things is more of a potential political negotiation. When I think about the county parks levy, Kirkland was at the table and we got some specific projects we needed. I want to have a transit study that has that wish list, so when there are opportunities that we've got the things that we want when we're looking at things that increase funding. Finally, I think there's a coordination piece, and this comes to Sound Transit, and we've mentioned bus rapid transit on 405. There's also bus rapid transit that will be actually opening earlier than the 405 bus rapid transit on 522. And so part of the connections we should be looking for is connecting from Kirkland to that bus rapid transit line, which also then connects to light rail. And that, by coincidence, also is one of our areas that isn't well served, so there may be an opportunity there. So overall, on the first kind of question for discussion, I think we're on the right track, and I think we're doing those things. One question I did have, Kimberly, from your comments, there was a slide on study outcomes that talked about the gap analysis and the origin. There we go, that one. And you mentioned the Transportation Commission had said that they wanted to identify an unconstrained network. When I think of an unconstrained network, I'm thinking that it is those top three, but in your presentation, it kind of sounded like there might be a difference or a nuance there, and I'm wondering what you see as a difference there.
I think how I would describe the difference, and feel free to kind of share with me if you're thinking about it a little differently, but how I would describe the gaps analysis is really more on stating the problem. Where do people need to go? Where, and that they're not able to get to. It's a little bit different than actually putting lines on a map and saying, we want a route here, we want a route here. I think that for this study, it might be beneficial to be a little bit more high level to say that there's a need to connect between Totem Lake and downtown Redmond, for instance, or just kind of some high level. Or we heard a lot from the community that this line, whatever line it is, might need to get extended. It would be great to like take this route, but I can't get all the way to wherever it is. I think that's a little bit different than kind of drawing out like a new transit network on a map. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, I would add that my recollection of what the Transportation Commission was also getting at was not to be constrained with the partners we have in place today or the types of service that are offered today, but to be thinking of all the options on the table.
Yeah, I guess I agree with both of those and saying like this isn't starting from scratch and drawing lines on a map of saying, let's go play SimCity and say where would we do transit service, but also looking at, as a number of my colleagues have mentioned, what we could do to supplement Metro, but also what other things we might want to do independently of that, which is looking at all the sources that you're talking about, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Doesn't surprise me that a presentation on a transit study would lead to this broad of discussion about public transit in Kirkland. It's obviously something me and all my colleagues feel really strongly about. And the reason I wanted to make a couple remarks again, I just want to emphasize a couple points because I heard so much from my colleagues, matters that I was trying to articulate. The fact that I heard them again made me wonder if I need to slow down and just make sure. I have so many conversations with, frankly, the three of you in my different roles with the Regional Transit Committee and ETP and Transportation Ad Hoc that I may have glossed over sort of the most salient points of what I'm looking for. And we're having a broader discussion about transit, but I do want to turn it back to the tool, what the transit study, I think what it can actually provide. So at the end of this, what I really want to focus on, in my opinion, number one, I would like to have a tool at the end of this, not shelfware, but something that we can actually use to make that decision about that. I agree with the Transportation Commission and Deputy Mayor with respect to the unconstrained element. I've heard it from a couple of my colleagues. We want to look at not what is in place today and the options that are in place today, but what are the possibilities in the future, not by drawing lines on a map, but by thinking about particularly, and this is the key point, is there something that Kirkland can invest in, some kind of limited service with alone or with our immediate neighbors that can get people where they really want to go. So I want to make sure that's points emphasized. And the other point I wanted to emphasize is I appreciate maybe it was Councilmember Falcone that talked about, or maybe, I don't know, but somebody talked about a gilded study that was just going to be the product of a wealthy community. Well, hey, let's do that, and then let's go out and do it and use it for the benefit of not just our community, but all of our neighboring communities for exactly the equity reasons that we've been talking about. And this is a drum I pound on so frequently. Sarah's probably tired of hearing it from me. I know Metro is definitely tired of hearing it from me, but it is this exact issue of we talk about the equity scoring that Metro does today. What I've told Metro is it's fine to have a short-term view of equity scoring. We need to have a long-term view of equity scoring. And the future of complete communities is one where we have transit-dependent families living in Kirkland. They're the ones who are potentially teaching our kids at our school. They're the ones that are potentially stocking the shelves at PCC. And if our vision for Kirkland is a complete community, then it's going to have more and more transit-dependent families. And we have to not just have a short-term view of equity, we have to have a long-term view of equity. And that long-term view of equity is that families right now who feel like the only place that they can afford to live is Maple Valley and South King County, and they're transit dependent, have the choice to live where they're serving, they're serving their community today by teaching our kids or working in our shops. And so I think part of this is I want a transit study that I can take to Metro on the Regional Transit Committee and said, this is why. This is why you need to have a longer term view of equity for the entire region. And we do not want to lock in place socioeconomic patterns of housing development that we have developed over the last 50 years and lock them in place by further short-sighted decisions about transit. So I do want a gilded study, but I want to use it for good. So I want to expand the pie not just for Kirkland, but for all of our Northeast cities, so that we can all foster complete communities throughout Northeast King County, and that more and more transit-dependent families who work in our shops and serve our communities can choose to live here. So I just want the staff, as they're thinking about, like, what does the executive summary say? What is the, what are we setting aside all the surveys and everything else? What do we actually want out of this work product? That's what I want out of this work product. I want something I can make a decision about whether Kirkland should go it alone and fund a circulator of our own. And I want something I can take to Metro and say, this is why you have to pay attention to the complete communities that we want in Woodinville and Kenmore and Bothell and Kirkland and Redmond. So, and lastly, the last thing, Metro has committed to no reduced service hours for Kirkland, and I want this as a tool for that. It's like, look here, you've made a commitment to no net loss in service hours in Kirkland. I want to have an answer for them. Either yes, you're meeting your obligation that you've committed to, or you're not. And then the last comment I just want to make is I did get a presentation at RTC last week or the week before about Metro's youth programs to get young people educated and excited about riding transit. So let's not recreate the wheel there. Let's do a lot of what my colleagues are talking about, but let's also tie into what Metro is already doing, recognizing the importance of youth ridership and new young riders, and make sure we're coordinating that and not developing our own programs when there's already so much in the works. Thanks.
Sarah, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, also related to that RTC presentation that we had on the service recovery model, while not part of our study, I think it's important to note that staff coordination and collaboration with Metro as they do service recovery phased implementation over the next 5 years is something that we're committed to as staff, as Metro is committing to reinstitute over 200,000 service hours into this area, and I think we need to have a voice at the table about influencing what those routes look like and what that frequency is added back to Kirkland looks like over those implementations, while also acknowledging that the major constraint for Metro is having operators to run this return service. So there is I just say this to say there's an immediate window of collaboration and partnership with Metro at the staff level that we're working to coordinate.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As the conversation goes, I also wanted to speak again, like Councilmember Black did, because I mentioned, I agree with Deputy Mayor Arnold. I mentioned, the three, piece of the pie, larger pie, our own pie. I also agree it's all three. We're not talking a lot about, so I just want to mention that it's also really important to talk about our piece of the pie if the pie were to get larger, right? And like really, really, really fighting hard for that. Not going to rehash previous decisions, but I personally am really bummed that we're not getting a lot of light rail, for example, in the city of Kirkland. Would like for us to fight harder for that type of investment in Kirkland if and when there's a conversation about a larger pie. So I just want to mention that just for those who are listening and for staff as well and my colleagues, that I really feel like we will have a big job to do. And I also, similarly to Councilmember Black, like thinking about what do we want at the end of the day. He wants it to fight for a bigger piece of the pie, of the current pie. I also want it to be to help us fight for a bigger piece of the pie if the pie is going to get larger as well, in addition to informing whether and how we create our own pie. Thank you.
Okay. We have to use the pie analogy throughout the evening. Everybody has to talk about pie tonight. You have received some really valuable, good comments from council, and one of the things in the packet was, are we looking at a 3 to 5 year plan or a visionary plan? I don't know about you, city manager, but my takeaway is it's a visionary plan. It's a big, 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 big pie. So.
So that's not totally what I heard. I heard a strategic plan that's useful now and in the future. I think it's both, right? So.
Yeah. I also want to thank the Transportation Commission for their participation, and I want to acknowledge the members of the Senior Council that are in the audience tonight. So thank you. So what I'm hearing from my fellow council members, besides pie, is a real frustration with Metro, and that we are in these regional committees and we're not being heard and we're having difficulty telling our story. So, you know, I wish that they could hear it from us directly. And as policy leaders, my question is, when this is done, what do we do with it, and how do we talk to our King County council members and help advocate on behalf of ourselves? For example, the conversation around Metro Flex, the letter that we sent to the King County Council had an immediate response from Councilmember Dabowski and Councilmember Balducci, and that is where we are able to move the needle. So I think that this is going to be really valuable to help tell our story and make our story as compelling as possible. So, Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to add, there is a great deal of reason to hope. It's not as dark as what we've been maybe describing here. I have had this conversation a lot with Metro and with colleagues. I had a conversation today with city leaders from around our region with Arch. And I made this exact same point about, we are talking about, you know, what some of the barriers are to affordable housing. And I was beating this drum all over again, is the need to serve transit-dependent families who don't have a choice to ride transit, but need to ride transit with transit. And there were head nods throughout, like, we're beating this drum. We've been beating this drum enough the last couple of years that our colleagues in other cities, they're getting it and they're starting to beat the same drum. Metro is starting to hear it. You know, I do think there's a lot of reason to hope that they're starting to understand the difference between short-term equity analysis and long-term equity analysis, and sharing the vision of having complete communities throughout the entire region. So it's not as dire as all that, but we do need, I would love to be able to walk in a room with a gilded study that says, and here's exactly why this is so important and why we're being underserved, we're underserving. So I won't say any more. I just wanted to make sure we didn't leave it with too dark of a picture. There is a lot of reason to hope from our colleagues in neighboring cities and conversations we're having with Metro. But we have to keep doing the work. Thanks.
I hear you, but it also is what Councilmember Pascal said, is we are one of 40 other cities, 38 exactly, making the same pitch.
But there's a coalition building. That's my point. We're not alone.
Which
We're
is
not.
the Councilmember suite of
Yeah.
how do we partner with other cities.
There's a coalition building. It's not just Kirkland asking for a bigger piece of pie. I think there's a growing movement among councils members like Kirkland City Council members who are saying we need to grow this for everyone bigger to have a equitable region. So anyway, a lot of reason to hope, I think.
I'm sticking with pie. That said, and I do hear you, I also think that we need to look at this as how where if we need to decouple from Metro, what do we need to do by ourselves, for ourselves, locally? And what does that look like? And what will the costs look like? So it's either or actually, it's not either or, it's together. On the granular level, the notes I have is, as Councilmember Falcone brought up, individuals with disabilities, it's not just at the bus stop, but how do they get to the bus stop? What sort of barriers, what sort of crosswalks, what are the challenges? Are we just talking about buses and shuttles? Are we talking about autonomous vehicles? Are we talking about micromobility? What other connections can we capitalize on local business shuttles? I've said this before, you know, I see the Google shuttle run up and down from Bellevue to Kirkland Urban. Is it full? Can we take advantage of this? Would they partner with us? So, you know, when you heard it from Councilmember Sweet, what kind of partnerships can we do, not with just cities, but also organizations? There was something, I appreciate what Councilmember Falcone said about capturing families with children and children. We just recently took a tour of Kirkland Heights. They expect to have 1,300 people living there, 700 of them have kids. So it would be good to reach out to those populations and see what their barriers are to how do they get where they need to go. If, I can't remember the name of the housing in Totem Lake, but when I drive by to go to Evergreen in the morning, there are 40 children at that bus stop. So, and does that bus stop serve all of their needs? So I agree with Councilmember Falcone. We don't want to go out to the general population and ask the same question we keep asking, but there are targeted groups that we could reach out to and get really good information. And then again, it's like what city actions, and this is not just about what's on the ground now, but how we see this in the future. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, three. I appreciate it. Okay, we are going to move on to our second study item, which is Central Way Bike Path and Peter Kirk Park Joint Proposal. So we'll do a shift change.
So while we're doing the shift change, I'll do just a brief introduction. So this presentation is going to be done by our senior project engineer, Ewan Yang, and also our interim capital projects manager, George Manassian. We're looking for council feedback on two parts of this, the project itself and then also the process. So this came about when the council asked us during the 100th Avenue discussion about the rapid flashing beacon and saying, bring us choices ahead of time so before you decide that we will or won't do something so the council can kind of weigh in. So we have what we think is kind of an interesting potential partnership for a project, but we also wanted to get your feedback on how we teed this up as sort of a pre-decision for the council. Did you like the information you saw, the kind of comparisons and those sorts of things? But so we welcome feedback on both of those things, but most importantly, the project itself, the opportunities. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn over to Ewan.
Thank you, Senior Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah. Thank you. Good evening. I'm here today to present you a proposed joint project opportunity. And the goal is that at the end of my presentation, we will be able to receive the feedback from you regarding this proposal and also the option, your thoughts on the option that best support the public safety, public enjoyment, and the achieving cost saving. But before I get started to get into the detail of the project, I'd like to take a few minutes to introduce the process that we use to develop this proposal and its analysis. Over the years, Capital Improvement Group has learned that setting up the project intentionally and methodically is one of the key factors to successfully deliver a project. So this process is really important for us. We always started by asking the right question, because a lot of time the project came about because they either have problem we need to address or opportunity we need to capture. So by framing this problem or opportunity statement, we then can identify who are the stakeholders and what are their goals that can be achieved through this project. Then with that, then we can develop alternatives At this stage, then we wanted to have as wide range as possible of alternatives because we all know that there are more than one way to solve a problem. So this is the time when we wanted to capture all this creativity in here. But most importantly, a lot of time we will include one alternative, and that's called no project. And the point of that is we need to understand the consequence of no action. What is the consequence if we leave it status quo? Once the alternative is developed, then we can develop and analyze each alternative, evaluate them, determining what's their impact and what is the benefit that they bring. But most importantly, a lot of time, not all the impact can be quantified. And so those impact that we cannot put value to, they are just as important for the decision making. So before we finalize the analysis, we always want to go into one more step, comparing the alternatives based on their advantage and disadvantage that we cannot quantify, so we can have a more comprehensive understanding of each alternative. And then we can present the analysis for decision making. And that's why we're here today. So let's get into the project detail. To start with, we ask ourselves, is it a problem or is it an opportunity we try to capture? Well, it turns out that in this case, we see opportunity in the problem. So here on the screen, you'll see an aerial photo showing a section of Central Way between Peter Kurt Lane and 3rd Street. In this area, there are a few problems we would like to address. The first one is there's a row of aging populous trees that are reaching the end of their lifespan, and it's time to remove them to ensure the public safety. Furthermore, through the years, the roots of those trees has grown and extended deeply to the adjacent field here, the Lee Johnson field. And those roots has clogged the pipe and compromised the drainage, so at times would not allow the field to be used at times. So that's another problem we need to resolve. Additionally, if you look at the street right now, you can see that there is a westbound bike lane. But if you look at the eastbound, there are none. So in other words, we do have a bike network gap issue here. So what are the opportunities that we see? Imagine if you remove the tree here that when the tree is removed, the space that's freed up from the tree removal present an opportunity for us to come in and fill the bike network gap. By ensuring the bike safety, we are supporting the city's Vision Zero and active transportation goal. The second opportunity is when those trees are removed, we now have an opportunity to come back and plant the tree that is more suitable for urban environment. And therefore, we visually integrate a park with the path for public enjoyment. The third opportunity we see is more for the timing opportunity. Currently, there are a couple projects that's developing along this corridor. At the east end, they are going to be as soon to start a construction to build a share path from 6th Street to 114th Avenue. This means that we are connecting cyclists and pedestrians from city Kirkland downtown to the new BRT interchange station in the future, which is now under construction by WashDOT at this time. On the westbound end of the corridor, there's another development that's coming that is in the process at the location of U.S. Bank. And with that development, there will be frontage improvement, which include a bike lane. So what this means is, if we come in here and put in this bike lane, filling this bike network gap, we are leveraging the momentum with other Central Way projects for the goal to achieve the continuous bike network. So now that we kind of see the problem we wanted to address and the opportunity we want to capture, we can identify the stakeholders. Who are they and what are your goals? With this particular project, we have 6 stakeholders we identify. start from the top. It's the end user. As we all know, every project, every infrastructure we deliver is to serve our community. Who are our end user? They are the one that we should keep in mind. And in this case, the end user is the biker and the pedestrian, and their goal will be to optimize their walking and biking experience. Next will be the council. From the council study plan, we have identified 3 council goals that can be advanced with this project. They are the vibrant neighborhood, balanced transportation, and dependable infrastructure. We will then next work with our parks to identify their goals. There are 4 specific goals that they would like to achieve: removing the aging tree, resolve the underdrain issue, and then next is to preserve an existing fencing boundary, which is not something we originally expected, but later we learned just as critical. I will explain that later at the alternative analysis section. And then finally, they do also have a plan to a goal to replace the fence and netting. Imagine, right now, currently, they have those giant populous trees working as a barrier to prevent the ball escaping the field. When those trees removed, they now need a taller and stronger fence to serve the purpose. So that will be their 4th goal. With the transportation, where we work with them, we found that we learned there's 3 specific goals. They wanted to fill the bike network gap. They want to fill the gap with the facility that fits all ages and all abilities. Not only that, they want the facility to not only meeting today's demand, but has a capacity for the future demand. We then also work with city manager's office, and their goal would be, yes, I did, I did. So their goal is there should not be any parking level service that's be compromised. In other words, we wanted to preserve the existing street parking spaces. Last but not least, we also need to keep operation and maintenance group in mind, because they will be the stakeholders who eventually will own and operate, maintain this facility. And their goal is, whatever you deliver, give us the facility that's easy to maintain. So that is the stakeholders and the goal. So with that, then we can look into what are the alternatives. So if you go out there today, this is the existing condition. Looking at the eastbound, you'll see a 10-foot driving lane next to an 8-foot parking lane. Next to that, it's a raised sidewalk with the green spaces extended from the end of the sidewalk all the way to the fence line of the Lee Johnson Field, with a tree that's soon to be removed. Now, this is a very simplified graphic to just show you what the existing condition out there. But in reality, it's kind of difficult to show the actual profile. So I actually want to show you a photo here. In this photo, you could see the sidewalk is actually sloping down. There is a dip to the side. So please keep that in mind. Later on, when I analyze the alternative, there's some installation is required because of this dip to provide the configuration we need to provide. So now let's look at the alternative. As I mentioned we always want to start it with an option of what if there's no project? But in this case, we have to call it what if it's no joint project? And the reason of that is because at the end of last year, through the adoption of 2025-30 CIP, the council has approved the funding to allow the park to move forward with the improvement to remove the trees and then upgrade the Lee Johnson Field. So that project will move on. So in the option with, if there's no joint project, park will still move forward with that plan and without the integration of the transportation improvement. So that means that option will have the tree removed, but there's no, and the Lee Johnson Field upgrade, but there's no bike lane. Go ahead.
I have a question. In the joint project, the trees are removed, there's no replanting of trees?
Yes, and I will address that. Oh, I put it. Yes, and I will address that in actually another slides later. That's a good question. I will. Yeah, I will we address that. So then what if there is a joint project? There are three alternatives that we developed for the option where there's a joint project, we'll put in the bike lane, but obviously there are different ways to put in the bike lane. The first alternative is we'll put in the bike lane by using on the street level by replacing the current 8-foot parking space, the park lane, to replace it with 6-foot bike lane and 2-foot buffer. In this case, there will be no improvement or on the sidewalk on the green space, and the parts improvement will be still moving forward with removing the tree, but there won't be replanting. Just for your answer, there won't be replanting in this configuration, and then the end result will be there will be 23 parking spaces eliminated with this configuration. But what if we want to preserve the parking lane? And here is the alternative to try to resolve that. In this alternative, the parking lane will be preserved by moving the bike lane up to the raised path where we created a 6-foot bike lane with a 1-foot separation next to an 8-foot concrete sidewalk. In this case, both the pedestrian and the biker will be protected by a 4-foot buffer zone. This buffer zone also serves not just to protection, but serve another purpose is for allow us to replanting the tree. And this is to answer the question here. Remember, early on we have mentioned that there's 18 populous trees that we will be removing. Due to the size of those trees, they are considered landmark trees. The mitigation for landmark trees is 3-to-1. So in other words is we will need to mitigate 54 trees. The plan is we would like to use 10 of those 54 trees to plant it back to this path where we will be able to choose from the species list where either from the landmark species list or using the street tree species list. Then with the rest of the 44 trees, we would be mitigated through fee in lieu. So that's the answer for that. So with this configuration, you could see that in order to accommodate this configuration, the path need to expand to 19 feet wide. And with that, the other the problem with this is the fence will be impacted. And how does this impact it? I would like to use this aerial view to explain, illustrate the impact. So here, you see the orange dotted line represent the existing fence line. The shaded path, it represents the proposed expanded path in this configuration. As you can see, to accommodate this path, the fence will be shifted. And that means at this corner, an area will need to be reduced in the field with a total of approximately 230 square feet. It's a small area in the corner, but regardless, I need to understand whether this will have an impact to the field, to the park. So I am not an expert in baseball game, so I need to rely on our parks and community staff to understand what does this do to the game regulation. It turns out, to my surprise, in this case, it's not so much the setback or the space at this corner, it's the height. It's the height that actually determines whether it's in compliance with the regulation, the game regulation. So recall earlier when we identified the goal for the park, one of the goals is actually replacing the existing fence and netting with a taller, higher fence and netting. So that means even with this change of the area in the field, it will not impact the game, and it will not impact. I also did check with their crew, my colleague in parks, that whether this will impact the function or service for the field, and they say that with this amount of the change, it should not be. So my next question would be, then why is the fencing, the boundary of the fencing line is a goal for them to keep? And it turns out that any time when the fence is moved, there is a great concern from the community. And we need to be mindful and approach that in a sensitive way. And the concern is, the perception is, if the fence is moved, the park is being encroached and is impacted. So the desired action will be not to change the fence, but if we have to, a great extensive public outreach need to be provided in order to address this concern. And I would bring this out as a consideration later on at the alternative evaluation. So summary, this alternative would be we're preserving the parking lane, but we're impacting the fence. So the one question would be, well, alternative one, you impact the parking lane. Alternative two, you impact the fencing. So is there an alternative that doesn't impact neither of the boundary? And that's when we got to alternative three, where it will have exactly the same configuration, but reduce in width, the width of the bike lane and the sidewalk in order to accommodate everything within its existing width without impacting the parking lane and the fence. So with the alternative developed, then we're moving into the next stage where we evaluate each one of the alternatives. First thing we want to look at is the cost. There's two parts to the cost. One is the capital, how much does it take to deliver this project? But then we all know that a cost analysis cannot be complete without operation and maintenance costs. So in this case, we assume that the life cycle for those assets we did delivering has a life cycle of 50 years. Operation and maintenance costs will be calculated over these 50 years. So by looking at the capital costs, at this point, we only have about 5% of the concept plan. So the cost estimate is real high-level cost estimate. And then the capital costs, including both the soft and the hard costs, the design, the in-house design administration costs, and the construction costs, they're all included in here. So under the no joint project, there's no transportation share because there's only a part improvement. So their cost is 1.56. Because of their improvement is all mostly an upgrade, it's not adding a new asset, so there's no added operation and maintenance cost. So therefore it's zero. The total cost is 1.56 as this option's asset life cycle cost. Alternative one, for the transportation, we're going in, remove the parking lane, and then restriping the street with the bike lane and buffer. And that takes and that's estimated at $80,000. The part share now reduced to 1.54. As you can see, that's a reflection of a cost saving through this the joint project's effort. The efficiency is realizing there, but it's not as much because the collaboration between the two is pretty minimal because of the improvement from transportation part is very minimal. And so the total cost, capital cost is 1.62, where the operation and maintenance, we're assuming every 4 years we're supposed to refreshing the bike lane. And that comes up to be $14,000 for each time we're refreshing the bike lane. Now, over 50 years, that total cost of operation and maintenance come out to be $0.17 million. So the total asset life cycle for this case is $1.79 million. Now let's look into the alternative two. This is the one that we're preserving the parking lane, but we need to widen the path, and then but we do have the impact to the fence. In this case, you'll see there's much more involvement because you now have a retaining wall. Remember I showed you earlier that there's a dip. There will be retaining wall need to be built. There's more facility and there are landscape to be done. So the involvement for transportation is 2.63. You could see there's a big drop in parks cost share, 1.33. There's two parts to this cost decrease. First, there's more collaboration between the two projects, so there's a lot more saving realized here. But the second part of it is because, remember, the fence was impacted. In the construction, whenever the property is impacted, the responsible party need to restore it. In this case, transportation impact the fence, they need to pay for it. So parts is going to, in their goal, the scope, original scope, they are going to have the replacement of the fence. But in this case, transportation will pay the bill. So that's why there's a larger drop in their cost. But the total capital costs come out to be $3.96 million. The operation and maintenance costs, based on the effort estimated for labor, equipment, and fuel, it takes about $5,000 per year to maintain the new hardscape and landscape. So over 50 years, that's $0.26 million. So the total life cycle cost is about $4.22 million. Alternative 3 will be the same configuration, but reduced in scope. So transportation share is 2.42. But the parts share now is 1.46, a little bit higher than alternative 2, because in this case, the fence is not being impacted, so now part is paying for that part of the fence replacement. But the total cost is now 3.88. The O&M cost is similar configuration, so the effort will be the same, so therefore it's the same cost. Added up to have the total alternative cost to $4.14 million. So the next thing that we need to look at is, usually in the construction, in a project, not only just the cost impact, but the construction duration is a disruption to the community. So we need to take that into consideration. Are we running out?
We need to make sure we leave some time for some questions and comments, so just
Sure,
wanted to
yeah,
chat-
sure.
time check.
So basically, the construction duration is, that is much shorter for, it is shorter for no joint project and alternative 1, but alternative 2 and 3 are longer. But keep in mind, for alternative 2 and 3, all the impact will be on the street, where no joint project and alternative 1, they will pretty much limit to in the park. So that's the consideration, you need to take that into consideration. This is a slide that is a lot and long, so in the consideration of time, what I wanted to explain is that how do we evaluate benefit? The way we did it is we come up with a methodology where early on when we identify the goal for each stakeholders, we use their goal to turn that into a performance criteria matrix. And the staff actually assigned a score to each of the performance matrix, and based on how much in meeting the goal, assign the alternative that how much it meets the goal. So the score goes from 0 to 5, and then we'll assign the goals. And if it's meeting the goals, we will say, yes, it's 5. But if it's somewhat meeting the goal, that's 3. And then if it's not meeting the goal, then it's 0. So so the end result will be, we will have a quantified value to determine how much each alternative will deliver their performance. And that's how, so in consideration of time, I won't go into how we analyze the score, but if you have any questions, please feel free and I will be able to answer them. Okay, so now we know the cost impact and we see the benefit. This is the chart we try to explain, compare, lining out the alternatives side by side, how they look like from each other. Well, in ideal world, we would like to have an alternative that's high in performance, low in score. But in this case, our alternative is pretty linear. The higher it performs, the higher the cost it is. So in this case, 2 and 3 is higher in cost, but they're very high in performance score. The chart down here is actually wanted to illustrate the cost saving through the joint effort. So the green chart, the green bar here shows the parts share that reduced from no joint project to a lower cost because of the cost saving from the joint effort efficiencies. There might be a question asked later on. Well, we can see the saving from the part, but what are the saving if the transportation does not join this joint effort? So I do have another slide here. Oh, sorry. I have another slide here to show that there's an opportunity cost. If the transportation doesn't, we are not moving forward with the transportation portion of it, when later on, when they come back, it will be $3 million, $3.07 million. So in other words, is the no joint project, individually, they will pay about $4.89 million, where compared to alternative two, for example, it's $4.22 million. That is about $0.67 million saving in this case. So that's a saving of opportunity cost if we don't go with the joint project option. So this is the pros and cons I mentioned. With alternative one, it is shorter construction duration, but we are eliminating the parking. We need the extensive outreach, and then it could be considered an interim solution because it may outgrow the capacity and we eventually need to upgrade the facility. Alternative two, it allows the tree variety and to select the more tree variety, and it's a good candidate for grant. However, it impacts the fence. It needs extensive outreach to address that concern. It also will require extensive permit requirement because the Lee Johnson Field is in the 100-year flood zone on the FEMA map, so that requires extensive permit application. Alternative three would be similar with the advantage and disadvantage, except it's not as attractive, so we give it a half box for the good candidate for the grant, where it also need to apply for permit process, for the permit under FEMA. And then it also can be considered as an interim solution simply because it has narrow in width and then eventually may run out of capacity. So here's a summary. We present 4 options, either no joint project or there's 3 alternatives to set the site, to set the bike lane. One thing I wanted to share with you is there are a couple projects in the city that's already doing this type of development where for 100 Avenue Northeast, we have the buffer lane, we have the bike lane adjacent to it with the sidewalk. So it's 124 Avenue Northeast improvement. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll open up for question and your feedback.
Great, thank you. Council, who wants to go first? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this, and thank you for coming back to us with multiple alternatives to consider. And I really appreciate, well, you answered most of my questions, I just want to say. So really well done for communicating among staff and getting our questions answered for that. So thank you so much. Just a 20,000-foot view, first, my lens on this is that when we adopted our comprehensive plan last year, we really talked about where we want to focus density in our city, and in our urban cores is really where we want to have that. And so this is an area where we want to focus these types of investments, right? We talked about concerns about traffic and other things as our city grows, and we've made promises to the public that this is to our community that these are the types of investments that we're going to make as we grow and as we have more dense housing and businesses, et cetera. And so to me, it makes sense that we would invest here and other places in our city, but this is one of the places that I think we certainly need to make these types of investments to encourage alternative modes of transportation, to make it safe and to make it enjoyable for folks. We want people to, similar to the conversation around transit, right? We want folks to want to use alternative modes of transportation. That's healthy for our community. It's healthy to address the concerns of traffic as our city continues to grow. So I just want to mention that's my lens, but you've given us a lot to consider as far as the pros and cons. Thank you for that pro and con slide. That was really helpful. I do have a couple of additional questions, but just kind of some of my initial thoughts. First is that thank you for addressing the gap and kind of what is to come on either side, because we have had some public comment submitted to us about, we don't want to just have like this island of this great bike lane, but then there's nowhere to go on either side of it, right? That doesn't make sense. We've all seen that with sidewalks in our neighborhoods and other things, right? We want to really think holistically and thoughtfully about this, and we have. Right? We know that, in fact, this is the gap because there are other projects already planned. So it's actually quite the reverse of some of the feedback that we've been hearing. We're not creating an island. We're actually joining other islands or, peninsulas or whatever it may be. We're actually connecting things. Pie, yes. Got to bring it back to the pie analogy. Anyway, so we are being really thoughtful about this. So thank you for talking about both on the east and west side, what is to come in the near future, and that we really are addressing an identified gap in that to keep people safe and to make it enjoyable. I thank you also on the pro-con slide of mentioning grants. I feel that it's my duty to, share, in the words of my predecessor, we need to capitalize on other people's money, right? And so this is an opportunity that we could potentially do that. So thank you for identifying that, and that there are, that the alternative 2 and maybe a little bit alternative 3 are good candidates for that. So I appreciate that. You mentioned the one of the cons is the FEMA permitting, FEMA flood zone permitting. I feel like both applying for grants, applying for permit are both things that are going to take a little bit of time. And so my question is, can we be doing both of those things concurrently, so that we're not wasting time and adding time with, with applying for either one of those? Also, can you talk a little bit about how long you think each of those would take as far as the permitting and if we were to go with alternative 2, for example? That's currently the option that, it's the one that scored the highest for among staff. So, and that's one that seems to make sense to me. But can you talk through how much time that would take and the impact of that on the timeline that the Parks Department had in mind for just their project without it being a joint project? Like, is it going to significantly impact? Is there any reason that we have to remove these trees and do the park part of the project right away? Or is it okay if we take a little bit longer because we want to do it right? And because of that, we have the permitting and the grant applications.
That's a great question, and thank you for addressing that, whether it is timing issues, because it is true, this is a tree that in the heart of this problem, and then therefore there is a sensitivity to time. We want to make sure that we do remove them before they become hazardous. But I can answer the part for the the permit application. For FEMA, typically, is 6 months, starting with the design that you start to apply for the contract, for the application for the permit. Then once the project is done, there's another 6 months to process the map. They call it the map changing, because now we alter the map of the flood zone. We change that. So it's really truly the timing is not going to affect the tree, because once the project started, we will have the design to start it with the permit application. The construction started, we will be able to immediately remove the tree. So it's not too much of a delay. So I do not perceive the permit is an issue. On the other hand, the grant, there's harder for us to control whether we'll get the grant, how long it would take. So that's a little bit more unknown and less about control, under our control. So that will be something that we need to look at a little bit more closer and see if there's opportunity to be able to answer that question. So that is a little bit hard for us to answer right now. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that. I also really appreciate you talking about the opportunity cost as well of doing the projects together versus staggering them. That's another question I had. So it's good to know that it saves, $0.67 million. That's a significant savings and a good case for doing a joint project. So thank you for that. That's really helpful. I also have a question about, so it looks like the difference between alternatives 2 and 3 is really a matter of 4 feet, right? 4 feet. 4 feet is really something that would be an extensive, a really big deal for folks. That's a really big baseball field. And we're a baseball and softball family. All 3 of my kids currently in softball, baseball, I get it. And I can say as a, baseball, softball parent, I don't know that I would notice a field as big as that, 4 feet. I don't know. I don't know that I really have a question more than, I guess that's just a statement, that I question the extent to which that's going to be a very extensive outreach. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't mean to be insensitive about that. I very much value park space. I very much value our athletic fields. But I just wonder how much money and staff time are going to spend on that, and really what's the best way to really get at what the concerns may be and how to mitigate any of those types of concerns. And did you have and then I also wanted to clarify, you mentioned that like 10 of the trees would be planted there on site. You mentioned fee in lieu. Just want to like clarify for folks listening that that means that there's a pool of money that's going to go towards planting trees elsewhere in the city where the greatest need is, right? And we have like a really great process for identifying where the greatest need is for trees and like the really most appropriate trees. So we have a good plan for that, that money will go to actually planting trees somewhere. It's not just about like money, though actually will be trees somewhere. And then my question is there anywhere else in Peter Kirk Park that we can, have we looked at that and would we then prioritize elsewhere in the park, so it's in close vicinity to where the trees are removed, being able to replant some of those trees? I'd like for us to look at that because obviously that's where it's going to be impacted. You know, folks are going to want more shade and whatever. I can, you know, there are some nice trees. For example, my family, this is actually the park that made my family fall in love with Kirkland. It made me fall in love with Kirkland, so I really care about this park. And I remember, like, we love the playground there, and we do, there are some great shaded trees there, but shade is always, you know, something we hear from community members in our parks. We need more shade. And so just want us to be mindful of that as well. But generally speaking, I support alternative 2. And thank you for clarifying all those questions.
Thank you.
So Mayor, if I may just, there's no need to finish this tonight. If there's a lot of interest in this, we could bring this back to the next council meeting, which we're contemplating doing anyway.
What I was going to suggest is we give it to 7:15 and we switch over quickly. So,
Great.
anybody else want to, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Glad to hear we're up to 7:15. I was worried there wasn't any pie left. Just briefly, thank you, UN, for the presentation and answered a lot of questions compared to what was in that I had from the memo and really laid out what we're trying to do here. One of the things that I see here is that $2.4 to $2.6 million that is the transportation piece of it is imminently grantable given our regional involvement. For what you're talking about is how do we have a connection from a bus rapid transit station to a designated regional center? And you look at the criteria for that, it is something that's got to be super competitive. But I would look at it more broadly, not just this particular block, but if there's other obstacles, if we could package things up to say there are other things we want to do to really make sure that we've got that connectivity all the way up. I think that's something that could be a good grant. But as Councilmember Falcone has mentioned, I think it's going to take some time and looking for options to lengthen the timeline, because I would not. It would be hard to pursue this only with city money. It's only going to be through a grant that we go do this. So how can we do what needs to happen for the safety of parks, but start the planning process and the grant application process and the development process to say, how do we go do this with some of the regional connectivity and bike infrastructure funds that are out there? So just looking for those particular options. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Sweet?
I'm just feeling really poor right now. So the price tag is off-putting to me. I think your presentation was fabulous. You made me see why it'd be great if I had a whole lot of this money or if I got the grant. So I think I'm inclined to agree with the deputy mayor and be patient in terms of moving forward. I do not want to give up parking spaces in downtown. And I can't remember which option.
That was one.
I think it was one and.
So it is
Back to
under,
your summary slide for us. Thank you.
oops. There. So the one with the parking lane is alternative 1 under joint project. So this is the one that we will replace the parking lane with the bike lane in the buffer zone. So The first one we presented is no joint project, which we're not doing anything with transportation. But under the joint project, there will be 3 alternatives with different ways
Got
to
it.
put in the lane.
Okay, then I'm leaning towards alternative 2,
I see, this one, right,
right? It retains parking
yes,
and provides separation.
yes.
And I'm baffled that no joint project would not include planting trees.
There will be mitigating through fee in lieu. There will, the funding does not include to plant a tree on site. Their planning it was to pay through fee in lieu and plant it somewhere else that they can identify as more suitable. So that was the,
It feels like it doesn't fit our values for that location, but it's okay. It's not the alternative.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll make it quick. I just want to share where I'm at. So, like with Councilmember Sweet, the price tag of alternative 2 and 3 were initially concerning, but I really appreciate this presentation, and I appreciate that. Probably one of the key components of this that I appreciate the most is really understanding how this is part of a long-term vision for connectivity from our urban growth center that is downtown, the downtown portion of our urban growth center, up to the BRT. I think that's super important, understanding that anything that preserves, options that preserve the parking, options that create a protected bike lane, and options that are attractive for that grant funding. I mean, that's sort of that's the rubric that I'm going to be using to understand this, together with the greater understanding I have from the presentation, just how this fits into our longer-term vision of connectivity for pedestrians and bikes. So yeah, I think I can stop right there. That's it. I just want to share how I'm going to be viewing this decision.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. Yeah, I've always seen this project about timing. And I think we have some time to find some money, like some of my colleagues have said, and let's do it right. Let's not rush into it. Let's not lose the parking. Let's go and get a grant, and let's not have to reprioritize our CIP with where we're using our local dollars. Let's continue moving forward with our capital plan. Let's use some grant money to do alternatives 2 or 3. That's how I'd move forward.
Okay. All right. I also agree with everything you've heard so far. I am in support of option 2 or 3. And my one question would be if there's any urgency, as we would take the time to design this and get the grants, if there's urgency to remove those trees. So I'd like to know how that fits in. But I agree with everything you said. This is transportation connections, pedestrian connections, and an opportunity to do it right in a signature part of our city. So, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
All right, thank you. I'll concur with most of Councilmember Sweet's comments. I want to retain the parking. I want to, and I want to retain the tree line there. If the fence moves in by 4 feet, as Councilmember Falcone said, then we'll have more home runs, and I don't think it'll be a big issue. But I understand the concern over cost, but this is really in the heart of our city, so I want to make sure that we retain some of the beauty and the parking and the walkability and bikeability. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. All right, we have concluded our study session. We'll be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting.
Thank you very much.
All right, where are we? We're back in session following a transit needs study discussion and a presentation on Central Way Bike Path and Peter Kirk Park Joint Project. We will start tonight with our proclamations.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So we'll be proclaiming June 2025 as Pride Month in the city of Kirkland for the reasons that will be outlined in the proclamation. As you're getting ready, I want to note that in the memo attached to the proclamation in the packet, there's some links, some history about Pride Proclamation, and links to some of the other events that will be happening in Kirkland and in the region. We're also very excited to have Ilona Lorai, the president and CEO of the Greater Seattle Business Association, which is Washington State's LGBTQIA+ and allied Chamber of Commerce, to accept the proclamation, along with some special guests.
Welcome. Councilmember Sweet will be reading the proclamation.
Yes, everyone is welcome.
The more the merrier. Come on up.
Welcome, welcome.
She holds on to the mic for the last minute. A proclamation proclaiming the month of June 2025 as Pride Month in Kirkland. Whereas Pride is celebrated year-round throughout the country and typically in June to commemorate the Stonewall riots of June 28, 1969, which was a catalyst to the gay rights movement nationwide and worldwide. And whereas Martha P. Johnson, a Black transgender woman, and Sylvia Riviera, an Afro-Latino transgender woman, were vital activists during the Stonewall riots, and whereas Pride Month celebrates and commemorates the two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual plus. Do I have to read that part? 2SLGBTQIA+ community. Yay! Who are our family, our friends, our neighbors, and coworkers, and who meaningfully contribute to our community in innumerable ways. And whereas the city has shown its pride through installing its first Pride crosswalk, modeled after the intersex inclusive progress flag, and by lighting the Totem Lake Connector Bridge throughout June in rainbow lights since 2023, with both intended as symbols of love, hope, inclusion, and welcoming for the 2SLGBTQIA+ community. And whereas to celebrate Pride this year, the city is hosting a Pride flag raising for staff on June the 2nd, and is partnering with Kirkland Urban to host a Pride celebration on June the 14th. And whereas allies can show solidarity with the 2SLGBTQIA+ community through silencing further harm with sustained year-round efforts beyond Pride Month, normalizing pronoun uses and promoting the significant contributions to the world made by 2SLGBTQIA+ individuals. And whereas the city welcomes and celebrates 2SLGBTQIA+ individuals affirming their right and dignity to live authentically, safely, and without fear of discrimination or harm. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of this City Council, does hereby proclaim June 2025 as Pride Month in Kirkland, Washington, in honor of the anniversary of the Stonewall riots and to celebrate 2SLGBTQIA+ members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. First off, vielen Dank an alle, die heute Abend hier sind. Grazie a tutti, sono qui stasera. Thank you, Mayor Curtis. Thank you, council members, and thank you, City of Kirkland, for this really meaningful proclamation. It's truly an honor to stand here today during the month of June, Pride Month, and receive this recognition really on behalf of the LGBTQ+ community. The proclamation is more than a piece of paper. It's a powerful message of inclusion, visibility, and support. And it tells the LGBTQ+ residents, families, and youth that they're seen, valued, and celebrated here in Kirkland. As we continue to advocate for equality, dignity, and belonging for all, gestures like this remind us that change happens at a local level, including this one here, right here in Kirkland. Thank you for being part of that change and for helping us build a community where everybody can live and belong and be seen and heard. Thank you for that.
Really appreciate that. Thank you. And thanks for being part of our
Crowded,
community.
we're going to do a picture.
Come on in.
Yes.
That's right. If you have knees that can bend.
Not too far.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
All right, we are now moving on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items of the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject, regardless of their position on the subject. If you would like to address council during this time, items for the audience, period, please sign up using the online comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to recognize to speak. Items for the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being openly supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different viewpoint. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. As a reminder, state law does not allow items for the audience to be used for promoting, opposing, or discussing a candidate's campaign or a ballot proposition. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel like they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. Thank you, everyone. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Our first 3 speakers are David Haynes, Kyle Sullivan, and Neil Lebec. David Haynes is virtual, however, they are not online yet.
All right, then we will skip to Kyle Sullivan. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Since middle housing is on the agenda, I'd like to say I think the Planning Commission did a great job deliberating this first round of updates. I hope you proceed with the recommendation. It makes a lot of sense to adopt the SB 5184 parking requirements now rather than in 18 months, since we're already updating the code. I suspect many developers will continue building as much parking as they do today, but if a developer thinks that their customer will buy something with less parking, hopefully at a lower cost, we should let them build it. The inclusionary zoning and fee for large houses in low-density residential zones also makes a lot of sense. Houses in low-density residential zones are the only ones that don't have to pay into affordable housing production, while housing in other types of zones, which tend to be cheaper anyway, have to pay in. But the primary reason I biked to City Hall today was to thank you for the Pride Month proclamation and share an example of why it is vital that Kirkland continues to take action to be a safe and welcoming community. I won't get the whole story out here because I'm short on time, but this is a story from Seattle. Kirkland is not Seattle, but this is important as a way to illustrate how scary it can get to be a member of this community today. Obviously, this feeling comes from the federal level, a lot of it, but also right here in our backyard. On May 24th, there was a rally organized by an out-of-state Christian nationalist group who is explicitly anti-abortion and against LGBTQ people, transgender people especially. This group has been pretty successful in spinning media coverage about this whole thing in their favor, or at least to be neutral, but footage on the ground shows otherwise. There's a person named AJ who runs a YouTube channel, Squid Tips. They released a video on it yesterday. So there was a permitted free speech event in Seattle, but this group pushed to be at Cal Anderson Park, right in the epicenter of Seattle's historic gay community, in the park named for Washington's first openly gay state legislator. There were counter-protesters, but things were nonviolent. SPD was present in large numbers, apparently to keep groups separated. At some point, confusion broke out and there was a clash with over 24 counter-protesters arrested, and I believe none from the main group. The group organizing the event cried to the media about how Christians are not welcome in Seattle, but that is absolutely not what this incident was about. That's bad enough, but then the group then spontaneously announced that they would return to Seattle on the 27th and hold another rally on the steps of City Hall. This was not a permitted event, but SPD blockaded several blocks around City Hall hours before the event was set to begin, waving in trucks full of equipment so they could set up a full stage and AV system on the steps of Seattle City Hall. And anyone who was not with their group just wasn't let in. Media wasn't let in for the most part. And it just felt like, you know, the welcome mat was being opened to this group right here in our backyard, just in Seattle. So I encourage you to look into that coverage. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. David Haynes?
Hi, thank you, City Council. I live in Juanita Beach. My name's David Haynes. I heard y'all talking about Metro, and I was thinking that if you could understand the interconnected needs to have like the seniors and the youth hop on a rapid ride bus before the FIFA starts, excuse me, to this Link Light Rail in Redmond, and then they could go downtown without having their cars broken into when they get downtown. But you have like 4-lane roads going to Totem Lake through Juanita Beach, and you got like the equivalent of 6 lanes that go from Juanita Beach to downtown Kirkland. But yet, nobody can get through the left-hand turn lane at Juanita Drive, so nobody wants any more housing. And I think that like doing the bare minimum on the state requirement for the housing is kind of like going through the motions and not really trying. And I think y'all need to reimagine that Kirkland could provide a great deal of robust 21st century, first world quality housing for tech employees that would work in Redmond. But when it takes 40 minutes to go from Juanita Beach to do a transfer in downtown Kirkland to get to Redmond, it's not worth it. And y'all are cheating yourself out of a whole bunch of more tax base. But you need to take the restrictions off the comp plan so you can go higher in the levels. Because there's a lot of livable amenities within a building that enhance the whole enjoyment of living there. And a lot of people are putting so many restrictions on it that they're cheating a whole bunch of proper floor space use. And like from here, if you overlook like all the slum real estate in downtown Kirkland, there's a need for a redevelopment for 21st century, first world quality floor space. That when you go downtown and you sit at a restaurant, you don't have people violating your personal space, dropping their body dust and their hair follicles on your food, because that's the only real estate left from the 20th century that's ill-suited for its purpose. But you all need to take the restrictions off the comp plan and allow incentives for the developers to build higher. Instead, you all have put restrictions on the comp plan so that you all can create an MHA type of fee fund where in lieu of building something more robust, because you put too many restrictions on it, developers have to pay you all off like $45,000 for 4,500 square feet. It's like $10 per square foot Kirkland wants to deny you building something better because they put restrictions on building better, so they just want the money so then they can hire some nonprofit that helps re-election apparatus support for like Democrats who sometimes just need to get their conflicts of interest and self-dealing like concerns about, you know, political favors and take the restrictions off the housing and allow people that work in Redmond to go to, you know, Kirkland or Juanita Beach or Totem Lake, but use a rapid ride from Juanita Beach, Totem Lake, and downtown Kirkland to the Link Light Rail.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Niall Lebeck.
Good evening, council members. My name is Neil Liebeck. I live and work in Kirkland. I wanted to talk tonight about, I think it's 04095, the ordinance sort of tweaking the zoning code to comply with new state mandates that are coming. I think in general, I'm fully in support of everything in that ordinance. There's tweaking the zoning code to allow more types of middle housing. There's lowering parking minimums, and I think the recommendation is to do that a little bit before the state requires it. And then there's also this fee in lieu program to generate revenue for affordable housing from large single-family home development. I think all of those things are great. I would urge City Council to adopt the ordinance, and also something that was exciting to see, particularly with the fee in lieu and the reducing parking minimums earlier, is that the city is actually sort of staying a little bit ahead of the state requirements and showing some leadership. And that's something that, in 2020, my understanding is that Kirkland was sort of leading the way on some of that middle housing, making it possible and set a model for the state legislation. And that, it sort of makes me pretty proud to live in Kirkland, and like be in a city that's not just being dragged along by the state, but that's actually taking a leadership role and sort of providing an example for the rest of the state to follow. So I think, to the extent that the city can keep being a leader on the issue of housing, that would sort of continue making me proud to live here. I think it'll make a big difference, in the city, in the state, and nationally, honestly. And it's funny, I was sort of reflecting as I just walked over here, the affordable housing crisis is sort of in many ways like the big sort of challenge of the city, the region, and the nation. There's a lot of other challenges that are downstream of housing. And I was thinking, it might sound weird and you might disagree with me, but I was thinking that I'm actually almost sort of jealous of you all because you get the chance to work on this really big, really important problem. It's not everyone that sort of has a chance to do stuff that matters. And so, I think it's great that the city's sort of showing a leadership role on an issue that matters a lot. I hope you continue to do that. And I hope, I hope you do good things making housing more affordable, and then I hope you're proud of yourselves for doing those good things. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. City Clerk?
Our next three speakers are Liz Hunt, Bonnie McLeod, and Loida Hawkinson.
Liz?
Good evening. My name's Liz Hunt, and I'm not as tall as he is. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm also speaking on the middle housing code compliance zoning amendments. Thank you for your work, council and staff, to update these. A lot of what's in the 160-page packet is just fine. There are a couple of things that I'd like to point out. I do, first of all, want to thank you for retaining the development standards like floor area ratio, lot coverage, and height standards in the low-density areas. I think that makes a lot of sense. The second point is that accessory dwelling units should count towards the density count for a lot. The new state laws allowing 4 to 6 dwelling units on a residential lot, any residential lot in the city. And right now, Kirkland's proposal is to not count ADUs, so that would then be 6 to 8 units per lot. That's a lot of units on a lot. The state does not require us to count ADUs on lots, and right now, in current zoning, without these changes, ADUs are allowed to be added to lots, and that's fine. But ADUs are a whole big different world now. They're not the little 700 square foot, 800 square foot units. They can be up to 1,200 square foot, which is above the state requirement of 1,000, state minimum. And ADUs are also getting increased incentives, and they definitely are affecting the density. They're not just a little side effect anymore. So those should count. Residential parking, I think we need to study more what's happening with our on-street and off-street parking before we rush into adopting the January 2027 regulations. That would be my recommendation. About the inclusionary zoning fee, I'm actually not against that fee on single-family homes. I wonder if this amendment is ready. There's quite a few questions I sent to you in an email as to how would this process work. For example, could I build a 2,500 square foot house, which doesn't have the fee, and then two 1,200 square foot ADUs, and now I get 4,900 square feet of house, but I didn't have to pay the fee. Woohoo! So there's some things that need to be thought through on that. I also have other concerns about some of the items in here, like the reduction of vehicular access and roadway width requirements, which I've sent to you in email. So would love to have that looked into. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Liz. Bonnie?
Good evening. My name is Bonnie McLeod. I'm a lifelong resident of Kirkland. Last fall, I contacted Adam Weinstein regarding the document on your website, Kirkland, Its Native American Past and Present. I pointed out that in 2022, Matt McCauley made his concerns known about the qualifications on this document. I assumed Kirkland corrected the document, but was surprised in 2024 to read the statement that in 2007, during construction of Rose Hill Elementary, a 19,250-year-old mastodon tusk was discovered. That is incorrect. In 2000, when Lakeview Elementary was under construction, a mammoth tusk was uncovered. Lakeview raised the money to date the tusk, and the Kirkland Heritage Society donated the glass case to display the tusk. You can go see it at Lakeview Elementary. I brought this to the attention of David Wolbrecht, who contacted the author of the paper, Mr. Berge, and on January 29th, he agreed with my correction, and I was assured the website would be corrected. To date, no correction has been made. It's vitally important that history be correct. When it's on the web, everyone assumes it is correct. It lives forever when it sits on the web, this long incorrect. The city seems all too eager to slap together, to check a box, we did a Native American document. If you can't do a good job, don't do it. Please remove the article until it's been corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Loida?
I'm Loida Hawkinson. I live in Norkirk neighborhood, and I'm with Kirkland Heritage Society. And I'm going to mirror Bonnie right now. The history piece that is mandated, I guess, by the state that is in the comp plan has still many, many errors. It's still up, and I realize I've talked about it before with staff, and I understand you people are just plain busy, and it's hard to get this done. However, it doesn't take any time to take it down. And so that's my number one thing. So please take it down until it is correct as we can make it. Now, on the City of Kirkland Facebook page, Matt McCauley had some corrections to make on the medallions that are down there on the scramble. And their response to Matt was, "Hi. Thank you for your feedback and for talking with staff earlier this week. We have updated the post to better reflect the information you shared. As the detailed history of these ferries are not in our city records, our staff used resources like HistoryLink and Wikipedia. It would be helpful if the Kirkland Heritage reached out to those resources to correct the publicly available information. Thank you again for sharing." Okay, when I read this, you've given us another task. We're supposed to monitor Wikipedia and HistoryLink. Does this mean that you are going to continue to reach out to them instead of coming to Kirkland Heritage Society, who has the information? And if we don't have the information, we will certainly tell you. But we have primary source information. Matt McCauley lives and breathes anything that goes on the water. So anyway, I don't know who wrote this, city staff, somebody. But anyway, you continue to reach out to places like Wikipedia instead of coming to Kirkland Heritage Society. And I don't know what to do about it. I'm here often enough to let you know we know our history. Matt McCauley knows the history, and I thank you.
Thank you, Loida. City Clerk?
Our next 3 speakers are Sarah Jakar Darris, Susan Davis, and Luke Travis.
Sarah?
Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Tonight, I speak on behalf of many Kirkland residents who feel unheard and increasingly uneasy about the permanent supportive housing project at the La Quinta site. There are 3 named partners in this agreement: King County, Plymouth Housing, and the City of Kirkland. But if something goes wrong, if safety fails or oversight breaks down, it will not be King County or Plymouth Housing facing this community. It will be you. Because while other players move on, this council remains, and you are the only partner directly accountable to Kirkland voters. King County will likely be at the ribbon cutting for the headlines and photo ops, but if the project falters, if harm comes to the vulnerable, if La Quinta becomes a case study in unintended consequences, it will be this council answering for it. You approved the location, you approved the population served, you endorsed the operating model. That responsibility lives here. And it matters, because concerns are no longer theoretical. They are grounded in lived experience and in headlines from nearby cities. Permanent supporting housing sites have drawn growing scrutiny for serious safety issues, violent incidents, drug trafficking, inadequate background checks, and insufficient staffing. These are not isolated mishaps. They are repeated patterns. In Kirkland, the location is not incidental. La Quinta sits just feet away from a school with over 500 children. It is surrounded by daycares, preschools, and services for new mothers and infants. When residents asked for a better match between this location and the population it will serve, that was not NIMBYism. It was a call for basic due diligence. There were opportunities to ask more questions at the outset, to propose a different population, a more tailored service model, or at least to ensure public engagement before final commitments were made. But that moment passed. Now, residents understand one thing clearly. If this project succeeds, credit will be widely shared. But if it fails, this council alone will bear the weight, because you were the ones who could have said, not here, not like this, and you chose not to. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Susan Davis. Susan?
Hello, Susan Davis. I've city of resident for 25 years. I'm wearing my bright pink because I rode my bike here. I wonder how many people rode their bike, walked, or, took the bus, you guys. How about you council members? Raise your hand. Who rode the bus, biked, or, took the bus? None of you. Okay, but you require us to. That's great. Okay, so here's the point I want to make. I ride my bike. Over the last 2.5 years, I put on about 3,500 miles. I don't think I'm a great person. We also have 3 cars. I have a husband and 2 teens that drive. Got their license right at age 16, unfortunately. No accidents yet, thank goodness. But my thing is the city, you guys are increasing the density. The transportation plan is falling far behind. I live, unfortunately, on North Rose Hill, and we are getting hit with density. We don't have great bus service. Yes, 124th, the bus comes every 30, 45 minutes. Unfortunately, there's no timing with the schools or anything. So yes, my children drive to school every morning. I work from home, so that makes me feel a little bit better because I am not putting any kind of cars on the road, and my husband rides his bike a lot to his work. But the thing with it is you guys are expecting our city, our elderly, our busy working parents to say, hey, you guys can't drive, or we're going to put in all this density and we're expecting people not to drive. That's not happening. And I came in tonight because I had to hear Amy in the study session mention elementary kids getting on the bus to take it. Number one, if you had a kid that is eligible in elementary school, they get a free bus ride. And if they're close enough, they walk or the parents drive them. And the radius is very small, so the kids could walk to school very easily. I live very close to Mark Twain Elementary. I live on a greenway, which unfortunately people don't understand what a greenway is, but you guys put them in, don't monitor them, and people go over 20 miles an hour. So that's not good either. That's another thing that I should mention to you guys. But the main thing is with these cottages and ADUs that are getting built, I really believe that the ADUs should count. I had to make it through a cottage and missing middle housing thing that Adam Weinstein did with the highly politicized, the urbanist, who is definitely not politically neutral. They did a walking tour. Amy was there. So was Jay, and so was some planning commission people. And you know what? It was basically an advertisement for progressive politics. It was ridiculous. Guess what? I'm always by those homes. There's 2 cars that park every evening in the driveway. They're not going the 3 or 4 blocks to 124th to catch the bus. They are driving everywhere. We need to figure out what's best. And missing middle is great.
Thank you.
But make it state.
Next, we have Luke Travis.
Good evening, Council. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here for a study session, though I did look over the proposals for the Central Way bike path and the park. It was disheartening, of course, to learn that those beautiful trees are at the end of their life. It's also a little disheartening to notice that some of the proposals want to preserve the spaces for cars. Disheartening not because I hate cars, but because spending $100,000 per car for free parking doesn't sound very fiscally responsible. And that's a good segue, actually, to missing middle housing. I think it's terrific that instead of doing the absolute bare minimum, like some neighborhood defenders would have you do, that you're trying to, get ahead of the ball, actually do something about our housing affordability crisis. And I think that getting ahead of state mandates regarding harmful parking mandates and not making housing cost as much as it does now is terrific. And I would encourage you to adopt that. Let's see, there was one other thing. Oh, right, yes, the McMansion loophole. I think that's fantastic that you're closing that. I'm not sure anyone here would say that it's fair to put the brunt of paying for affordable housing on housing that is the most affordable and leave the most unaffordable housing to make as much money as they want and contribute absolutely nothing to making Kirkland a more affordable place to live. So I think it's absolutely fantastic that you are closing that loophole. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. City Clerk, anyone else?
Yes, we have 2 more speakers currently signed up, and that's Joe Kunzler and Eugene Shuden. And Joe is virtual, and they are online.
Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to keep this brief. I've asked, placed this request before, and I'm going to place it again a little differently in the wake of recent events here at home and here around the country. I'm going to ask that you take a look at Redmond's policies about comments being about city business and also address some of the anti-Semitism that's come out of this chamber by a certain individual. And I think we all know who I'm talking about, but he's a candidate for office and I don't want him getting too much attention. He just Nazi saluted a dear Jewish friend of mine who serves in Redmond, so it's a little raw right now. I just really ask that you really do some soul searching on that, or on the side of being brave enough to go to court if you got to put a stop to this anti-Semitism, because it's not leading to actual violence. And I just want to be careful and kind of leave it at that, because once you feel safe, I know being a public servant's tough. I was a community volunteer on a board, went through some tough moments, none as bad as what goes on down there. So I decided to sign up for another term. So I get public service is a hard job, and you shouldn't be spoken to the way that this individual who I'm talking about speaks to you and the way he Nazi saluted the president of Redmond tonight. So just gonna leave it at that. Please review your public comment rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Last, we have Eugene.
Hello and thank you. My name is Eugene. I live in Kirkland. I work in Seattle. And prior to that, I used to work in Redmond. So I'm commuting to work every day. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the transportation modes. So it looks like there is a lot of emphasis lately on prioritizing biking, which is great. Everybody likes to bike, but not everybody can. There is a lot of talk about no need for a lot of parking spaces. Everybody is going to be using public transportation, which is also great in theory. Whenever I travel in New York or in Europe or in my former life in Soviet Union, public transportation worked excellent, and I was using it regularly. However, let's just do a simple experiment right now using Google Maps. Let's go somewhere local first. Bellevue Square. 14 minutes if I drive, 41 minutes in public transit. And that assumes that I'm in a good health and I can walk at a reasonable speed. So let's try something a little bit more further away.
Eugene, can I just a little closer to?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
So let's try maybe Benaroya Hall. Somebody wants to listen to the music, maybe. 20 minutes driving, 52 minutes transit. And again, that assumes I'm in a good health and I can walk between all these transit stations and didn't miss anything. Where else do we want to go? Maybe Alderwood Mall or maybe, yeah, let's do Linwood, not a neighborhood. Live presentation, sorry, live demo. Linwood High School, just for the heck of it. Okay, 25 minutes driving, hour and 55 minutes transit. I just basically was doing random things. What I'm trying to say is let's be data-driven and let's be prepared. Whenever the transit infrastructure is going to allow us to commute in the reasonable times, I am all for it. But it's unreasonable to expect that anyone is going to sacrifice hour or 2 hours of their daily life. This is years of your lifetime, just because you like public transportation. Public transportation needs to work first, and then the residents will gladly use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Anyone else?
We did have one more speaker just sign up, Liam Myers. They are virtual.
Was that Mia?
Sorry, Liam.
Liam. Thank you. Liam, go ahead. Okay.
Hello, Mayor Curtis and City Council members. I am Liam Myers. I'd like to strongly urge you to adopt Ordinance 4905, which creates a much-needed funding source for affordable housing in Kirkland without putting an additional burden on low and middle-income residents. I live in Oneida with my parents in a modest house. I'd like to be able to live in Kirkland independently in a few years. However, only Florida has a more progressive or regressive tax structure than Washington State, which means that low-income people like me pay a higher percentage of our income in taxes than wealthier people. Washington also has a shortage of housing, especially affordable housing. There are numerous regulatory requirements that push up the cost of multifamily housing that are not required of single-family homes. Renters should not have to bear the financial burden alone of supporting low-income housing. Homeowners, especially of large newly built homes, should pay a fair share of supporting those most in need. I grew up in Norkirk watching modest neighborhood homes, one after another, get bulldozed and McMansions spring up in their place. I urge you to support the staff recommendation for a fee in lieu to raise an estimated $6 million for affordable housing. This would be a source of progressive revenue to fund badly needed affordable housing. Funds would come from those who can most afford to pay for it, benefiting those who need the help. That's fair and makes good sense. Please adopt the fee in lieu policy. By the way, I don't own a car. I get to work and college by transit, so I don't need a parking space, and I shouldn't be forced to pay for a parking space that I don't need. Please implement reduced parking minimums as early as possible, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Liam. Anyone else?
There are no other speakers signed up.
All right, we are now closing items from the audience, and we are moving on to special presentations with special guests. City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as we all know, Kirkland is very fortunate that we have a nationally recognized public hospital in our city, Evergreen Health. And we have the great honor tonight to have our CEO from Evergreen Health, Dr. Ettore Palazzo, is here. He's going to give us a state of the hospital and healthcare from his perspective. And he has a couple guests joining him that are also going to introduce as well. So, welcome, Dr. Palazzo. Thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis, council members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity tonight. I am Dr. Ettore Palazzo. I am the Chief Executive Officer and Superintendent of King County Public Hospital District Number 2, also known as Evergreen Health, also known as your community hospital. I am joined this evening by one of our commissioners, Robin Campbell. Thank you, Robin, for joining us, and Rick Chatterton, our community engagement specialist. We actually also have other individuals in the audience that are part of Evergreen Health, and there's a slide that actually speaks to some important work that they do, and it's great that they're here this evening. But first off, I just want to start by saying thank you. And not a thank you for getting to present tonight, but thank you for what you do. I am a Kirkland resident. I have been here for 20 plus years. I raised my family here. My wife and I are still grieving with the empty nest that we're left with this year as our last kid is off to greater things. And meanwhile, getting to take care of patients in this community as a physician, caring for my neighbors, growing up here with you in a city that is absolutely amazing. And I thank you for that. That's your work. That's the work of the folks that came before you and the work of the folks that will come after you in the future. And it is an absolute honor to live and work here. And I think probably it's not as frequent that you guys get a thank you, and you need it. And so it's coming from me personally and professionally as the CEO of Evergreen Health, the largest employer here in the city, and we are honored to be that. It's almost exactly 1 year to the day that I was here sharing what was going on with Evergreen in times that I described as incredibly challenging, and they remain challenging. I think many of us are eager to look at the pandemic as something that's in the rearview mirror, and thankfully it is, but for us in healthcare, the after effects, we are still trying to understand what this means for our staff that have been incredibly challenged by those issues, what it means for our administrative team dealing with the worst, I think, financial crisis in the history of healthcare for our organization and across the state. And meanwhile, you know, when I advance to this slide and the words on it, I can say with confidence for 22 years that I've been at this organization, we have never been more true to the mission, vision, and values. I serve on the board at the Washington State Hospital Association. I get to work with other CEOs and see how we're all trying to figure this out right now with headwinds that are coming, the headwinds that some are behind us. And I think it's quite amazing to say that we have folks that are starting to say, can we still commit to the words that are on our mission statements? And Evergreen Health, I think we can say yes. And a good reason for that is what's going on this slide. One of the individuals I got to introduce already, and although each of these 7 commissioners are amazing in their own right, what I mean by this is it goes beyond that. It's the concept of being a public hospital district. It's the concept that the folks governing this organization and making decisions about what happens with healthcare in the community are us. They are the community. They are the residents that live here. And this is incredibly rare right now. We are fighting to preserve this because we think it's still important, and we're grateful for all the support that we've had to be able to do this, because access is an issue. We need to get more care out, not less. And meanwhile, one way to deal with this is to close services, to deal with the financial pressures. And maybe if you haven't seen the headlines, it's happening around us in the Puget Sound. As a reminder, as a public hospital district, we do have a geographic boundary. The green outline is King County Public Hospital District number 2, about 330 residents we get to support there. We also have an interlocal agreement and partnership with Snohomish Public Hospital District number 1. That's Evergreen Health Monroe. They're in the teal outline, and although we are financially separate from one another, we do get to support their services there. And actually, over 10 years ago, they were almost about to close and reduce services in that community. And we said, that can't happen, how can we help? And now Evergreen Health Monroe is thriving. You know, Right now, being a municipality as a healthcare entity is rare, but I think important. One of the things that allows us to continue moving forward is the fact that the residents do support us, and we have received a general levy since our onset in 1972. And it has made the difference, and we're grateful for it. And we'll talk a little bit about what we do with those funds now that help us address some of those issues with access that are our current present issue. I shared a similar slide a year ago with the numbers and who we serve. I think what's most important on this is not the absolute individual numbers. I mean, 4,500 babies delivered, that's the second most anywhere in the state, right here in Kirkland, which is amazing. But I think it's the whole spectrum, and hone in on that heart with the 15-bed hospice care center. This now is the only standalone inpatient hospice center in King and Snohomish County. It's not because other organizations don't want to give this service or don't think it's important. It's because it's really difficult to support that financially. And we are committed to doing that. And beyond the walls of the organization, our post-acute care, when folks leave and need care in their homes, we have the largest home care and hospice program in the outpatient setting in the Puget Sound region. But we don't do any of this alone. We think we're really good. I'll show you some data that objectively I think supports that, but we also bring in the best. So Fred Hutch is on campus with us delivering cancer care. This one's deeply personal to me because my wife is a patient there right now, and I feel that some of the best care that my family is getting is what our community gets, and I get to see it firsthand. Seattle Children's, if you've ever had a kiddo that need to be hospitalized, it's hard if you have to go somewhere distant from where home is. And so we're partnering with Seattle Children's, and there'll be some exciting news coming soon to talk about what we're doing more in that space. Kirkland is home. It always will be. We have over 5,000 employees. 4,900 are on the Kirkland campus. You can see 650 of them live right here in the city. And sponsorships and being out in the community are important to us. You will not see the Evergreen Health logo on a professional sports jersey. You just won't. And I'm not throwing anyone under the bus, but where you will see us is at Juanita High School track meets. You'll see us at the Lake Washington High School basketball games. You'll see us shoulder to shoulder volunteering with our community-based organizations because that's where we belong. And that's what it means to be a community hospital. We're also proud members of the Chamber. I'm a board member on the Kirkland Chamber as well, and we're proud of all the employers that do the work here and collaborate with us as well. All right, it's one thing to provide great services. It's another to say we need to provide the very best, as if we were saying, what would we want if we're walking through those doors? It's a busy slide, but every hospital in America is graded and ranked on the outcomes of the care that are provided, whether you like it or not. Health grades, all the blue badges represent observed to expected outcomes for specialty care, and it rolls up into a ranking, and Evergreen is in the top 50 hospitals in America, the only one in Washington State. There's a whole host of other items. Leapfrog, that's the A grade. No one likes to bring bad grades home to mom and dad. I don't like to bring a bad grade home to my bosses. And Evergreen Health has been A graded now for 13 consecutive times. Medicare and Medicaid also. And they grade hard. This is May 1st data of Leapfrog. And so that A grade, you can see where other hospitals, we have some of the best healthcare in the Puget Sound anywhere in the country. And you can sort of see what this grading cycle looks like for great hospitals right here in our backyard. Evergreen right at the top of the list. I think this one is probably the most amazing when you add up all of these objective measures. And I know I don't have U.S. News and World Report. I don't have 425 Magazine, by the way. Evergreen was 425 Magazine's top hospital this year. We're proud of that. That's an experience thing. That's what people feel about us. But truly, when it comes to outcomes, right now, at this time, the top awards, there are only 12 hospitals in the country that have achieved that. And I'm not saying we're better than Mayo or UCLA or Stanford. I am saying that this is alphabetically arranged, and Evergreen starts with an E, so that's kind of it's kind of awesome. But frankly, this is a spot in time right now. If you were to do this again with the consecutive times that Evergreen has done this list would be even smaller. So this is not an accident. We are committed to this. Our patient safety officer is in the room today, Jennifer Kurtz, and she's a large part of why this happens. But this is a non-negotiable for us. I'll wrap by saying, not everything's unicorn and rainbows right now. We are improving, but the finances over the last 4 years for Washington hospitals have been devastating. $5 billion in operating losses. Evergreen's contribution to that was $250 million worth of losses. Last year was a strong year for us. It was a $70 million turnaround. That was the result of renegotiating insurance contracts and intense efficiencies and work of the team saying, we want to be here, we're going to find a way to do it. So there's improvements here, but new headwinds coming, and it's a simple math equation. I don't need my CFO here tonight to share why. Expenses rose significantly compared to what we're reimbursed from Medicare and Medicaid and from the commercial payers, and that's the story. Our levy is 2% of our revenue, so it's a small amount, but it's important. These are not old headlines. These are all from the last 2 to 4 weeks, and you can read them and you can see what we're facing right now. The state budget was challenging. We ended up in a spot that was better than we could have with regard to how hospitals are going to be affected. Medicaid in the here and now on payments is challenged. And we're worried about what's going to happen with federal Medicaid funding. And so with all of that, there's more challenges on the way. We are up for the challenge. We will work on finding a way to take care of patients, regardless of their payer status, regardless of where they live, what they do. That's what we are. Some hospitals are dealing with it in this way through consolidation. And this is kind of mapping what has happened with independent hospitals that have needed to consolidate. The most recent, our friends 10 miles south of us, Overlake, are now partnered with a larger multi-system in multi-care. They're a great hospital. They do great work. But decisions start to get made in a corporate level in a place that's different from where the healthcare is delivered. You will not see Evergreen's name on this. We are the last independent hospital in the west part of the state. We are going to continue to try and make that happen because we believe in the quality of care and how we interact with our community is differentiated by that. So I'll finish with this just very briefly. 1972, 22,000 residents. We had a levy that was 75 cents per thousand, which was the statutory max. We were grateful that was voted in that way. We're 15 times bigger now, and the levy has decreased to 14 cents on 1,000, and that's just a result of increased home values and development and the levy not keeping up. We understand how that works, but it is interesting to see that this public hospital is the lowest levy-rated hospital in the state because we've never gone out before to ask for more. And so this is how it looks. As a Kirkland resident, I'm proud to say that from a value standpoint, quality over cost, what my taxpayer money goes into for this service and this resource is, I think, positioned well compared to some other really important things that we contribute to. So I think this is the last slide, and this is what I'm most proud about our governance structure. The levy funds that come in, even during our most challenging financial times, a percentage of those funds go out to support community programs. They're listed here to the tune of $6.2 million in 2024. And, you know, there were a time where we said, do we need to pull that money back in to just deal with operations? And our board and our management team said, no. We said, we will find another way because this is important. This is Evergreen Health. And this is what we intend to continue doing for our community. So with that, I want to say thank you, appreciate the opportunity. It is the honor of a lifetime to do this job. When I started my first shift and walked through the door 22 years ago, if you told me that I would be in front of the city council as your CEO and superintendent, I would have asked you, what planet are you on? It's so far from what I ever thought I'd do and what I'd ever do anywhere else. I'll do it here, though. Honored to take care of patients and my staff and this community in this role. So with that, I'll close and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Palazzo. And first, we want to express good health to your wife and a quick recovery. Thank you for being here. I'm thrilled the community can hear you speak because you are such a passionate advocate for Evergreen Health, and we are incredibly proud that you live in Kirkland, that your hospital and you live in Kirkland. So thank you for being here, and the city always looks forward to opportunities to partner with you. So, Council, any questions? Oh, come on, make it hard for. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate your authentic passion for the work that you do, and it's so vital. I can say that probably almost everyone in this room has been supported and helped through the work that you do and that Evergreen Health does. You know, I've had a baby at your hospital, and everything was wonderful, and have had, my family has really benefited a lot, as have many folks in the community. So thank you. The question I have is, speaking of babies, you highlighted the number of babies born in I think the past year, maybe was that, I'm not sure what that number was from, but in the past year. And we hear from the school district that there's declining enrollment in the schools, and part of the reason of that is decreasing birth rates in our region. Are you seeing that at the hospital? Are you seeing a decrease in births year over year?
So this is the conundrum that we get data from analysts and epidemiologists that give us a sense of what's going to happen with the needs of the community. We do community needs assessments That statistic is one that's been shared with us, that the birth rate is declining. That is not what we're seeing in the OB unit at Evergreen Health. And so from a region-wide, we know that market share is changing such that more individuals are choosing to have their care, OB and otherwise. In fact, we're the market share leader in that total service area for care on the inpatient side. And maybe that's because, they're feel that quality is important and making those decisions. Can't speak for the larger geographic region. Certainly, Lake Washington Schools is a big region to look at on a local level. But at Evergreen Health, our figures are climbing. They're increasing for births.
Wonderful. I think that speaks highly of the experience that folks have at your hospital. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your trust in Evergreen Health for your care. It means more than you know.
decided almost all our babies were born there, so.
Me too.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you very much for coming. I saw a wonderful presentation from some of your PR people at the City of Kirkland's Chamber of Commerce meeting, and I am certainly happy to support the future of the hospital in the near future in whatever ways it might need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Black, did I see you?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Dr. Palazzo, thank you for this presentation. Thank you for the remarks. Thanks for the work you do. I remember the question I have for you, I was wondering if you could update me and give your own assessment. I had a conversation, it's probably been 5 years ago, with your predecessor, Dr. Tomlin, just about what affordability in Kirkland means for your workforce. I remember that conversation very distinctly, and I'm curious just your feeling about what affordability in Kirkland means for your ability to have a stable, reliable workforce providing health services to Kirkland and the other communities. Thanks.
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Black. By the way, Dr. Tomlin is well. He's living in the community and enjoying retirement. He knew I was coming tonight, and he says hello to everyone. Affordability, particularly for our workforce, is incredibly important and a dynamic issue that is becoming more challenging. I showed the graphic that we have over 5,000 employees, 4,900 are actually on the campus at Kirkland, and 600 or so actually live in Kirkland. So that's a 14% or so figure. I don't think that's an accident. Now, some folks choose to live in other cities in the district and can make it to work nearby, but we know that there's a large portion of our workforce that can't afford to be here. And so it is humbling when I round upstairs and talk to our environmental services staff, our staff in the cafe, our technicians, and I hear that they drive by 4 hospitals to come work for Kirkland. Come work for Evergreen Health, and what that speaks to about culture, about the importance of their role in the organization, but meanwhile the challenges that brings with lifestyle. It's not an easy answer, and we know that in some ways it's getting more challenging, but some of the work that the City Council is doing and what the state is looking at, I think, hopefully can help us in some way. But it is something we're thinking about. We're grateful that culture can win in this situation. And right now, our 12-month rolling turnover for our staff is one of the lowest anywhere in the Western region. 18% is the benchmark. Can you imagine 12 months, 18% of your staff turns over? How do you build a culture? We're down to 12.2% and continue to decrease because we're focusing on those things outside of what we can handle with the affordability part. But what else can drive someone to want to work at Evergreen?
Thank you. I have a question for you. It looks like we've been doing a lot of work in behavioral health, and we opened the Crisis Connection Center. Can you talk a little bit about your work in behavioral health and that collaboration?
I can. Thanks for asking that question. And we don't need a community needs assessment to know this is a issue, a resource that has to be addressed and is underserved by exponential figures. At Evergreen Health, we are not a behavioral health hospital, but when patients arrive with acute behavioral health needs, we are supporting them. And we have services both through telehealth psychiatry after hours and through contracted psychiatrists that are there and available to help. That's great for acute issues, but we need to be addressing this up front. Still on the acute side, the partnership with Connections has been really important. There's good collaboration going on. We're still learning ways that we can work together to help understand where is the first best spot for our patients to arrive so that we can address the other needs that one or the other can do better or in collaboration. The The other issue is, what can we be doing on the preventative side here? And one of our goals, and we started with a pilot, was to embed behavioral health in our primary care clinics. We have 12 primary care clinics. We started with a pilot at Canyon Park, and now we have it in 3 of our clinics. We wholly intend to put that in every one of our primary care clinics. Not because it makes money, because it's the right thing to do. And when we talk about access and our goals and our strategies to do that, this is high on our list to address, because if we can address this before it becomes an acute crisis, we know it looks very, very different when someone needs services like at Crisis Connections or in a locked ward in our emergency room.
Thank you for that. Councilor Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That just sparked another question that I had. Well, thank you for answering that. As you may know, that need is not just for adults, but for children and youth in our community as well. And so I just want to encourage, Evergreen Health to consider that. And also just to say, I have no idea if this is what you'll be planning on announcing in the future, but as a mom, I'm happy to hear about a partnership with Seattle Children's. I mean, there's just such a need, mental and physical health for children in our community, and it is quite a trek to Seattle Children's to get some of those services. So thank you for those continued partnerships for really addressing the needs in our community and having them to be as accessible as possible for folks in our community.
Absolutely, thank you. And just so you know, we currently have Seattle Children's pediatric hospitalists on site assisting with patients that need to be admitted, but the wraparound services that don't exist right now do require, for specialty issues, for us to transfer across the lake. That's okay, but as a parent, you know what it means when your kiddo is sick and needs to be in the hospital. So our plans are looking at ways to support those wraparound services. So there's some important news that we'll be able to share in the future about that.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it, all of you. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we are now going to move on to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like to ask Deputy Mayor to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on consent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $6,127,461.92, and bills in the amount of $8,505,073.48. Tonight, the mayor, on behalf of City Council, will be issuing 2 additional proclamations. First, June 6th is proclaimed as National Gun Violence Awareness Day, which provides us the opportunity to raise awareness about gun violence. The City of Kirkland emphasizes the importance of gun safety by promoting responsible gun ownership, supporting secure firearm storage, and increasing access to gun safety education. Additionally, the Kirkland Police Department recently hosted another Guns for Gift Cards event where they collected 34 unwanted firearms from Kirkland community members. We welcome you to wear the color orange this Friday and throughout the weekend to honor survivors and victims of gun violence and to build community with those working to end gun violence. Second, June is proclaimed as Ride Transit Month. This proclamation encourages all community members to consider taking transit for more of their trips. While the City Council continues to strongly advocate for enhanced transit service in Kirkland, many Kirkland community members currently have access to reliable transit have access to reliable transit that travels through the east side and across Lake Washington. Community members are welcome to contact the city's transportation program coordinator if they'd like to learn more on how to best use transit. See details in the memo or visit kirklandgreentrip.com. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I will move, if I may. I do move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Black to move the consent calendar. Any comments, questions, corrections? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Discussion. I wanted to thank everybody involved in advancing the KSARC contract, their contract with KSARC, which will service survivors of sexual assault here in the city of Kirkland. I especially wanted to thank staff, Andriana Campbell and Councilmember Pascal for their leadership on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question on the motion to approve the consent calendar, because there is an ordinance on the calendar, there must be a roll call. City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Yes.
Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, the consent calendar is approved 7-0. We are now moving on to our first business item. Our first item is on the adoption of the new transportation impact fees. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is your final discussion of transportation impact fees. We are looking for action tonight. Here to give you that presentation is our Financial Planning Manager, Kevin Pelstring.
Almost there. Thank you, City Manager, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. Good evening. Trying to get faster at those transitions, but not quite there yet. As City Manager mentioned, tonight is our last update. I know you all will be quite sad to hear on the impact fee study that we've been conducting for over the past year. So I only have a handful of slides tonight and a staff recommendation for council action to adopt Ordinance 4904, implementing the transportation impact fee. But don't worry, I'll have several hours of financial updates for you next week at the financial council retreat. So you won't miss me. All right, so just a reminder, we started, our first meeting was in October, reviewing the fire and park impact fees, and tonight we'll be adopting the transportation impact fees. All three of those will be effective starting in July and will be phased in over a period of 3 years. So the first phasing will be effective on July 1st. So here is a table that you've seen before, but is the proposed residential transportation fees. So this, just as a reminder, this is following the same phase-in pattern that we brought forward with fire and parks. So we're raising the maximum non-stacked fee at 80%, 90%, and then 100% of that calculated fee that the FCS group calculated for us. But we're keeping that square foot fee the same for those 3 years. So that will have the effect of providing some relief on the high end, but maintaining overall the revenue that we need from this fee over the next few years. There's also a phase-in for the ADUs, similar to the same as fire and parks, which starts at 0 and goes to the full fee starting in 27. And then cottages are starting at the multifamily fee and then rising to the non-stacked fee by that 3rd year as well. So this should be familiar. And one note, so as one of the attachments of the memo tonight includes the full report from SCS Group on all 3 of the impact fees, so that information should be consistent with everything that we've shown you, but that is there for your review. And that's all I have for content. So back to you, Madam Mayor, for action on Ordinance 4904.
Thank you. Any questions for Kevin? I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt Ordinance 04904.
It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet. Any further discussion? City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes, ordinance has passed 7-0. Thank you, Kevin. We look forward to seeing you next week.
Terrific. Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we're going to move ahead to 9B. I do want to tell our Evergreen guests that you can leave. We will not be insulted if you are in the front row, but all right. We are going to move on to item 9B, which is a discussion of the Planning Commission's recommendation for code amendments related to Washington State
Mayor?
Middle.
So I was going to ask, we were wondering if we could maybe adjust the table and maybe take a short break before this is likely to be a long topic.
I had the same thought. I was deciding whether to call a break or not.
Yeah, I
So
think it might
let's-
be helpful so everyone can focus.
Okay, so do you, 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yeah, and then we can set this up well so that they can present.
Okay, we will be back at 8:51.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next item of business is a discussion on the Planning Commission's recommendation for code amendments related to Washington State Middle Housing Code compliance. City Manager.
All right, so thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for letting us have the break to set up. We had a lot of folks who want to talk to you, including the chair of the Planning Commission. Rodney Rutherford is here. So as you mentioned, the purpose tonight is to talk to you about the recommendation that came to you from the Planning Commission. We're not looking for action tonight. We're going to be bringing this back for final action on June 17th, but we want to walk you through what they did and get council feedback so that we can see what we need to do to bring you the final document at the next meeting. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Adam Weinstein, our planning director, to kick it off and introduce everybody.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Curtis and Deputy Mayor Arnold and council members. We have quite a big presentation tonight, so I'll just kick it off by introducing folks here at the table with us. We have our chair of our Planning Commission, Rodney Rutherford. And I'm Adam Weinstein, the Director of Planning and Building. We've got Scott Guder, our Senior Planner, who has led this project. And then we have Allison Zeich, our Deputy Director. And we have Stephanie Kroll for legal assistance from the City Attorney's Office. And with that, I'll hand it over to Scott. We have, I think, just about 30 slides. So we're going to be pausing as we go through the presentation. There's a lot of information. So I would say feel free to ask questions at the pauses. Thanks.
Yeah, I know.
It's the first pause. Any questions?
Yes, exactly. It's like, it's not.
Chair
You
Rutherford,
have
what
to
are
use
you
that.
missing tonight?
Okay, great.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, so thank you for having us tonight and to present this information to you. Is quite a bit of information. It's pretty dense. I mean, we have quite a big ordinance in front of you to go through. So I will try to do as much of the presentation as possible. We'll be playing a little bit of tag team through a couple of these slides. And we'll primarily be covering most of the things in general and a couple of topics that have been of subject in both the public and during council discussions prior to this presentation. So what is this project? It's covering a lot of ground. It is largely related to state compliance with several House and Senate bills that were passed in 2023. They largely involve meeting state compliance with residential density standards and middle housing type middle housing types within those zones, within those residential zones. It eases up a lot of the accessory dwelling unit standards to encourage more accessory dwelling units in our cities. And adds flexibility to residential parking standards. These are distinct from recent legislation that was passed in this year with Senate Bill 5184. Which lowered the parking standards even further. And then there's some additional requirements by the state to set some design standards that don't prohibit the development of middle housing types. So I'm going to go through these like at a pretty high level, but first we want to kind of talk about why middle housing is important. So first, middle housing is a way for especially cities like Kirkland, which is not getting any more land, to efficiently add housing supply in our residential zones. It also adds a diversity of housing options to meet a diversifying housing population. And it creates more attainable housing opportunities with their smaller housing and diversity of that smaller housing. So getting into probably the largest amount of changes that you've already been previewing in several meetings. This is the middle housing bill that was passed, HB 1110. It covers the minimum residential densities, the minimum housing, number of housing types that we're required to adopt within our residential zones. And it also sets forth some limits on development standards, in particular to make sure that they're not being treated differently from other single-family types that are within the low-density zones. And also, it sets some lower parking standards with relation to transit. It does have a time limit on this one. There's a requirement to adopt these codes by the end of this month, or the city would be subject to a state model code, which have different standards associated with that. So how do the amendments stack up to these different standards? Here is just a quick overview of what is being met with minimum compliance, and and also what additional standards may be before you tonight. And in particular, the two topics that we'll probably be discussing in most detail here are the affordable housing provisions that are before you, and the Planning Commission recommended parking standards, which front load the parking requirements for middle housing typologies to meet Senate Bill 5184. Moving on to the next bill that we're addressing here is House Bill HB 1337. This addresses new flexibilities in accessory dwelling units in residential zones. They primarily cover just making sure that we're able to efficiently add two accessory dwelling units on lots, and not precluding them from being under 1,000 square feet. Set some standard height limits for accessory dwelling units. Reduces some setback standards, especially with relationship to alleys, and lower some on-site parking requirements, again related to proximity to transit. And one additional exemption is the exemption from frontage improvements that the state is prohibiting cities from requiring with accessory dwelling units. So this one just goes down the line. We check all the boxes for minimum compliance. We do not add any additional standards here. The next bill is the residential parking standards. This is Senate Bill 6015. It really doesn't address anything related to number of parking, the number of parking. It really sets dimensional standards, allows for, and adds like tandem parking standards that we currently don't have. Allows for flexibility both with surface materials, especially grass block pavers, and then allows for existing non-conforming conforming surfaces to be used as parking. Again, checking all the boxes here. We're not doing anything additional here. This is a pretty straightforward bill. It just touches a lot of little parts of the code that you've seen here. So, lastly, we have the design review, local design review requirements, and how this is in particular addressed with middle housing and our current standards with middle housing. This is House Bill 12. 93. This is not covering anything that is being presented to you in the multifamily zone, or in the, not the multifamily, in the mixed use and commercial zones related to design review. This is strictly related to any design standards or guidelines that we have placed in our code that affects, in particular, middle housing. So we have existing code out there that provides guidelines and subjective standards, and we had to create, make some adjustments in particular to Chapter 113, which is our middle housing code, to make sure that those subjective standards are removed and we comply with basic state standards. And in particular, the requirement here is not to add additional standards that would reduce the allowed density or massing standards. So think of setbacks and height and anything that it would be different on middle housing that is not already required with single family. This is pretty clear. Most of the stuff, most everything is covered in Chapter 113, in particular sections that related to design guidelines and design standards that are in our existing code. So other code amendments that you see in your packet, and this is why the ordinance is pretty large, is because it deals with trying to fit all these state requirements into an already existing code that does not speak the same language as a state legislation. So primarily what we're seeing here is adding or adjusting terminology throughout the zoning code. Making clear, we've also taken advantage of cleaning up the code in a way that makes the code work. It's both to administer and use the code effectively. In particular, over this past several years since 2020 of the adoption of our middle housing code, we've had much time to receive a lot of direct feedback from developers on references to confusing references to our gross floor area standards or our floor area or our floor area ratio requirements. We currently right now do not have a direct standard for access and fire lanes. We use a subdivision standard for access and fire lanes. This is what the Public Works Fire Department use right now for multi-unit development. Think of, again, short plats and larger subdivisions. We use those standards in our residential zones. That was not clearly there wasn't a nexus between middle housing and those standards. We've been needing to correct that over the last couple of years and create a clear nexus between those. We have made that here by codifying those standards, those existing standards, into this code. And then finally, there are some additional text that has been added to address what will be some legislation, or at least some codes that will come, code amendments that will be coming to you shortly in the next couple of weeks related to requirements pertaining to unit lot subdivisions. The reasons why we included that here is because those are largely municipal code amendments, and the zoning code amendments associated with unit lot subdivisions will largely be applied to middle housing typology. So we felt that it was necessary to kind of make those small adjustments here. Okay, so before we move on, did we have any questions at this point?
just looked and no one looks like, oh, Councilmember Sweet.
Just clarification, I watched a lot of meetings, a lot of your presentations today.
Okay.
But there was one question, I think it was Commissioner Rossman brought up with regard to the vehicle width requirements for fire access.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the answer was that it needs to be, well, the answer was they had to sprinkle the houses in the back.
Correct. So under our current subdivision standards, we would allow for access. You know, if a fire truck can't get their trucks back far enough into a lot and be able to take a hose around the back of a house at the very back end, then if they're not able to meet those standards that we have, they would be required to sprinkler their homes. So that's how you get reduced fire lane accesses. You have to kind of add that to your home in order for you to reduce the fire lanes to a certain point. Otherwise,
So has there been a benefit analysis in terms of the cost of sprinkling a
Yes.
home?
Yeah, it's a developer's choice. Otherwise, the standards would be that you have to do the full width
Got it.
of the access.
Well, and the second part of that question would be if fire truck is dispatched to provide aid, that would still be a problem.
Well, you'd be able to go back, you know, an emergency vehicle would be able to go back as far as the services available, but for purposes of fire,
Getting around a house.
it would be taken care of. For the purposes of, like, you know, a paramedic, they would go back to the back end of the access, and they would have to walk back to the home to service that
Thank you.
resident.
That wasn't clear in the discussion today. So.
Else?
Looks like that's it. Scott, go ahead.
All right, I think I have this next slide, Council. We received quite a few public comments over the last week or so on this ordinance, proposed ordinance. So I just wanted to go through the key comments that were received and then respond to them very briefly. If you have questions, feel free to jump in and ask. The first, we got this comment from a couple of folks, a claim that, you know, this new inclusionary zoning focused on larger houses will have a significant effect on home prices and land prices, and then will reduce the housing supply. We don't think that will be the case for a couple of reasons. One is that all the proposals that are on the table right now for inclusionary zoning are fairly modest in terms of the fee that would be imposed on new single-family housing, and all the proposals, or most of the proposals, would also exempt middle housing. In a couple of slides, we'll talk about what other cities have adopted in terms of other inclusionary requirements, Redmond and Sammamish, and you'll see that the fees that are on the table right now, the potential fees that are on the table right now, are much more modest than what those other cities have adopted. Second point is that, you know, family-sized housing with multiple bedrooms could be built without any fee because middle housing is exempt completely from the fees that are on the table right now. We looked at you know, one of the inclusionary zoning options on the table is called option 2, which was what we discussed at a high level with council several weeks ago. We looked at what kind of fee that would yield for a newly built, like 3,300 square foot house in the Rose Hill neighborhood on a 7,200 square foot lot, and we found that the fee would be about 1.5% of the sales price for that house. This is a real house that was sold in North Rose Hill. So, you know, that's a relatively small fraction of the cost of the house. So probably not enough to make a significant dent in land values for people who are selling their properties for housing development, and certainly would not have a big impact on home prices, even if that entire cost of the in lieu fee is passed along to consumers in a really tight housing market. And so for all those reasons, we don't think that even single-family housing production will be significantly affected by the inclusionary zoning fees options that are on the table right now. Although we do think there might be a small incentive to build middle housing, which could help moderate housing cost increases for entry-level homeowners, right, in the community. Second point that we've heard, and this was mostly from the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish counties, is that the zoning options that are on the table, the inclusionary zoning options that are on the table may not meet legal standards. There are two separate concerns expressed by master builders. One is that there's not a compelling public interest behind these fees, which they call the nexus, and then that the fees are not proportional to the impact of the housing units. We would disagree with those claims as well. I think we would note that the public interest is that the intent of this fee is to generate more revenue for affordable housing and to make good use of the limited supply of land that we have in the community, and to also incentivize the construction of smaller but still family-sized units. State law is very clear that cities can adopt a mandatory inclusionary zoning program even when new development allowances that are granted to even when new development allowances are granted, even if those developers are not taking full advantage of those development allowances. So for instance, if a developer is building townhouses right now in one of our apartment districts, they're still subject to the inclusionary zoning program that we already have in our medium density and high density zones. And so we believe that any of the fee options that are on the table right now are proportional for the reasons that we mentioned earlier. They're relatively small in proportion to the sales prices of new single family homes, and we completely exempt family sized middle housing units. The vehicle access widths, we already discussed that. Scott just talked about that, so I won't review that. Another comment that we got was that ADU should count towards the allowed density. We discussed this extensively with council several weeks ago. I think the only point I want to make about this is that without any changes to our lot coverage standards, our maximum building height standards, setback requirements, FAR regulations, we think it is very unlikely that developers will take advantage of this very limited exemption, which is really based on current practice in our code. I would also mention that if as part of phase 2 of the middle housing work, we expand our development regulations for middle housing, we can revisit this issue of whether ADUs count towards the density. Next comment that we got was the city should assess parking supply further before adopting the 5184 standards that were recommended by the Planning Commission. That is a very good topic for discussion tonight. Scott will talk about this in a couple slides as well, but the surveys that we've done to date and our own observations suggest that developers of middle housing are building more than the required parking on average because they believe that they need this parking to sell houses. And that might be unique to the middle housing typology. That rule might not apply to higher density housing, right, under SB 5184, but that's sort of what we're seeing out in the community. And then last but not least, comment was made about will infrastructure keep up with all this development that could happen? Also trees and open space, how are they being considered? What I'd note is that our comprehensive plan capacity analysis, so the amount of growth that we expect to happen in the future, how much capacity we have to accommodate that growth, factors in middle housing construction pursuant to the state bills that we knew that we'd have to be implementing as part of the state law. The capacity analysis influenced the comprehensive plan transportation analysis, leading to projects being included in the capital improvement program. And those capacity assumptions were also are being input into the water and sewer system plans, which are updated every 5 years. So we are really taking into account the development that we expect to see pursuant to these state bills. The PROS plan and the open space element and the comprehensive plan also take into account this plan growth incorporating middle housing. And then last but not least, related to trees, I would just note that, as you know from all of our tree code discussions, our tree code does not distinguish between single family and middle housing development, meaning that both types of development come with very stringent tree retention and protection and planting requirements. So,
Councilmember Pascal and then Councilmember Falcone.
Yeah, just a couple questions about, well, let's take the first one, the new inclusionary zoning, and whether that would have a significant effect on prices and home prices and land prices. So is that the planning department's opinion, or is that, do you have any home builders that would state that on the record?
Yeah, probably not, right? I mean, who knows? I mean, I'd be surprised if home builders came and said that there will be no impact on home prices. I don't think that's our position either. I think that the point we're trying to make is that based on the amount of fee that's imposed on this housing, if all of that fee is passed along to the consumer, that still is not a huge impact in the context of how much single-family homes are going for these days.
Well, yeah, I know a lot of builders have reached out to us, and definitely have talked to some of them. And, you know, government doesn't build homes. We depend upon the private sector too, and I'm hearing the opposite. So that's just something that I'd like to raise. And then on the inclusionary zoning options and the legality, that's something that I've raised some questions about with Darcy. And for me, it's around the proportionality because what we're doing is we're identifying where that threshold is, where you pay a fee and where you don't. And proportionality means that you've identified that why you've chosen that particular cutoff. Because if it's proportional, it would be based upon a square foot size, and you wouldn't. In my mind, you would have to have some nexus of why you would choose 2,000 or 2,500, that you reach some certain threshold where then, you know, you shouldn't be charging a fee. So that's the proportionality that I'm feeling like I'm having a hard time understanding, and whether that would really stand up and if someone took that to court.
I can respond really briefly, and if the city attorney's office or anybody else has anything to add. I think there's different philosophies, right, that you can apply to the proportionality issue. One is, you know, how much of an impact does the actual construction of an individual single-family house have, right? It generates, you know, new employees who have to build the houses and so forth. That's one thing you could look at. I think the other thing that we've taken into account is that you know, there's limited land supply in Kirkland, right? So every single family house that is built on a property, right, potentially displaces the construction of many more smaller units, right? So that's sort of another way to look at it as well. There was an example up in Kingsgate that we talked about as staff where somebody went in and bought 4 lots and just combined them together and built a really big single family house. So I'm not saying that's a common occurrence in Kirkland, but that's an example of where, you know, a single family house that is big might displace, you know, smaller units.
And I understand that. I guess what I'm asking about is what's the math behind the 2,000 or the 2,500 to show that is where that's where we do need to start charging.
Yeah.
That's what I think really trying to hammer in on that.
Okay, yeah. I can take a crack at that too. Don't mean to suggest that this is hyper scientific. The 2,000 number was really based on a cottage, right? A cottage that is built with a garage that can be 250 square feet, right? So a 1,700 square foot cottage plus a 250 square foot garage. You round it up, it's 2,000 square feet. And so I think the cutoff was made with the recognition that you can build a very good sized, family-sized cottage at 2,000 square feet, and that is the type of housing that we might want to encourage in the city. And therefore, fees should be imposed on housing beyond that. Again, I'm not going to say that's a super scientific number, but that was the rationale for choosing the 2,000 square foot number.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My comment is, I think, pretty short. I just wanted to first say thank you for addressing all of these community concerns. These are good questions that folks asked to make sure that we're being really thoughtful about these decisions that we're making. So thank you to the community members who submitted these comments. I understand why the comments on here are all ones that are questions that are critical of the decisions that we're making. So I just want to also acknowledge that we've received significant public comment in support of the Planning Commission's recommendations as well, just to make sure we have that balance in how we present that. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
I muted myself there. So this is just kind of going over a little recent recap of the topics that have been brought up to you before and the kind of feedback that you've given to us related to, density and mill housing types. The council has definitely provided feedback on, the making sure that we're meeting minimum compliance with this phase of code amendments and not moving any far beyond that as it relates to, you know, density, and also, but also with that, with the caveat with that is, council has also been in support of continuing the practice of exempting out attached accessory dwelling units with cottage developments up to 2. That is our current practice, and council has been supportive of continuing that practice. Council has also provided feedback on the framework that we've presented to you in terms of the affordable housing. You've provided a lot of feedback on that, given us some direction as to what you would like to see in terms of not only the general direction for affordable housing, but also what should be exempt and what we should look out for in terms of, you know, impacts to current projects that are in the pipeline.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Scott, for that. I agree with most of this, but I just want to highlight the last phrase on this slide, the explore more robust requirements in phase 2. I'm not sure that there was necessarily council consensus for looking at more robust inclusionary zoning requirements in the future in phase 2. I think what I heard, I know what my perspective was, and I heard at least from some of my other colleagues here, is that we wanted to just look more holistically at the inclusionary zoning requirements across the city. May or may not be more robust. I think that's a discussion worth having about our inclusionary zoning. So I just wanted to clarify that I don't know that there was clear direction on what direction we would go with inclusionary zoning, just that we wanted to have a more robust conversation, but not necessarily more robust requirements in phase 2. Thank you.
Thank you for that correction.
No one's disputing Councilmember Falcone, so go ahead.
Okay.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Great. Okay, so here we're getting into what the Planning Commission has discussed and has made a recommendation for at their May 8th meeting. This kind of outlines the state minimum densities, the state densities per lot, confirming those. The nuances on the housing types between the minimum number 6 of 9, which is the state minimum for low-density residential zones, and bumping that up to 8 of 9, sorry, housing types in multifamily zones. They've also made a recommendation on the staff's amendments to accessory dwelling units, the residential parking standards, and our unit lot subdivision edits in the zoning code. They've all, where we're going to be kind of spending a little bit more discussion on, and I'll provide some additional slides on, are updates that they are recommending to the parking requirements for middle housing types in conformance with Senate Bill 5184. And they also made a Planning Commission recommendation distinct from the staff's hearing, what staff presented at the hearing at their meeting. So they have a distinct recommendation on affordable housing. I'll pause there for a moment. I'll allow for our chair to provide any additional context to their discussion.
Chair Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate a lot of the questions that you've asked so far. As you were talking, I had also some thoughts on that. On the thought about the concerns about proportionality. I was thinking about this, and I could see the obvious resolution to that would then be to apply a per square foot affordable housing fee to not only standalone homes, but also middle housing and apartments as well. The effect of this, I anticipate, would actually be a reduction of the burden on apartment homes, since they tend to be significantly smaller, like less than 1,000 square feet, and actually an increase. It would establish the burden on middle housing and actually increase the burden on detached or on standalone homes. So I don't really see how that would be in the interest of the home builders to pursue that. So I'm a bit puzzled by even the incentives that are at play there. Let's see, I'm trying to remember if there were any other points that came across. On the parking requirements, the general sense I got from the commission was that it's, go ahead and move forward with implementing the state code now, acknowledging that the difference between doing it now and doing it later is going to be very minimal, very incremental in terms of on-the-ground impact. How many of these units can be built in a 18-month period? But it will reduce it'll actually have the effect of implementing this more gradually, because we won't be doing it all at once. 18 months from now, we'll do this part now and the future parts later.
Any questions for Chair Rutherford, Councilmember Sweet?
One, this is probably for Chair Rutherford, but it's just in general. 5184, does that apply only to single family? So that's multifamily too.
No, what the direction was from Planning Commission was to leave the residential zones alone, but only apply the middle housing, the Chapter 113, if a developer chose to use Chapter 113 or cottage or middle housing chapter now to develop. They would apply a different standard, the standard that is conforming with Senate Bill 5184.
Okay, thank you.
May I clarify really quick, just to add a little more? So Senate Bill 5184 does require the city to reduce parking standards for all uses in all zones.
Right.
The Planning Commission recommendation is only recommending that we apply the 5184 requirements to middle housing right now.
Allison, can you, for the community, can you talk about what 5184 does and what 1110 does on parking standards?
I do have that on a slide.
Okay.
It actually shows the comparison
We'll
to.
table that till we get to it. Thank you. Were you done?
Yep.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chair Rutherford, for sharing that. I did also hear another argument for that I want to understand better for implementing the new parking minimums early for missing middle housing, and that it would, if we do that now as opposed to later, it might save on staff time of having to do that twice. Can somebody speak to that? I think that would be helpful information to know.
I mean, I think the guidance we gave to the Planning Commission when they were discussing this topic was to do what they felt like was right for the city. I don't think it'll be a huge lift necessarily. I'm looking at Allison, who's going to have to find staff to do it, but I think again our guidance I think is to do what you feel like is best for Kirkland right now. We can handle the work when it comes.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
Okay. All right, so let's go into the discussion of parking. So, so this is basically the requirements. The mandate that was set forth is that the state requires cities not to exceed the minimums or the state maximums, right? And that when we brought this parking to the Planning Commission, we received guidance to meet state requirements, but don't increase parking in areas where the city code may be more permissive. And what they're kind of getting at is that the state code is really clear on what are the parking requirements around what is defined as a major transit stop, and these are like BRT or fixed station, like fixed rail or BRT stations. similar to our Stride Station, would meet the state criteria of a major transit stop, but it is silent on all other forms of transit. So we currently have code that reduce parking standards around frequent transit or with 15-minute headways. We have reduced standards, so it doesn't cover that area. So what the Planning Commission observed is by just adopting the state standards and leaving that alone, it actually increases the parking requirements outside of that affected area. So they wanted to make sure that we weren't adding parking where we were already had decreased the parking. And I can show you a couple examples in a minute. Also, council had requested us to do a little bit of field analysis on what have been the impacts, so we did do that. This slide kind of goes over what we found. These are projects that were developed in 2021 and 2022, so they're built out and occupied. What this is showing here is a select number of those completed projects. Some are outside of a frequent transit, and some are, those in particular with those asterisks on there, are within frequent transit. You'll see that the parking requirements, the existing parking requirements are quite, can be quite low around in those areas where they are within that within that half mile of frequent transit. But what we do see more consistently is that does not affect what developers build. They build more consistently two parking stalls per unit, more consistently, because that, and this is what I've heard from developers, is that what the market demands. The market wants, and these are all cottage developments. These are all detached dwellings. These are all cottages. So with that product, especially with that product type, there's a demand for two car, capacity to have two parking spaces. This is just what we observed off peak. This is not scientific at all. This is just us kind of getting up really early in the morning and seeing what are the effects on the street related to a number of these the parking related to the street. We see that there's little impact for most of these projects. So here's that parking comparison right here. That this is kind of showing what we brought to the, what staff brought to the hearing, which is this state compliant to HB 1110 parking standards, which is really kind of the only real changes that we make here is adding in the proximity to major transit stops to our parking standards. So he's basically zeroing out any kind of parking requirements, meeting House Bill 1110's requirements related to parking within that half-mile radius. On the right-hand side is what would be the parking requirements under Senate Bill 5184 for middle housing projects, and that sets a zero parking standards for units that are fairly small, affordable housing units, and also will set a lower parking threshold for anything else, which is 0.5 spaces per unit. Do you have questions?
I was processing. Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you. So, yeah, thanks for this information. On that one of those slides, you showed that a number of developments, and they all built more parking or would meet this requirement. Have we come across middle housing developments that haven't provided any parking or have taken advantage of the zero parking?
Not for middle housing, not for cottages, not under what we've been allowing up to this point. When it comes to cottages, 2- and 3-unit homes, we have consistently been seeing that they're meeting our standards or they're exceeding it.
Yeah.
And often exceeding it.
Yeah, I mean, I think most people would agree that we don't want to require more parking than is necessary. With the Senate Bill 5184, didn't we have some language that we were trying to get into that legislation to allow some flexibility to require a parking study in certain situations, recognizing that there could be a potential at some point where we might be concerned about a problem. Like I'm thinking like for example, what if someone wanted to build, this could be a bad example, but like on one of those Goat Hill roadways and didn't want to provide parking, where would you park? That kind of thing. I mean, I don't think they would build that, but you never know. I mean, have you thought about that legislation? Why did we try to advance that if we're not thinking about trying to include that here?
I can speak to that. So, yeah, so we felt that the state legislation did need an exemption because we do think every city, and certainly in Kirkland, there will be places where there isn't any parking. Even using Michael's as an example, like where would you park around Michael's, right? So the proposal we made was to say that a city could request that a study be done to see if more parking was necessary. And if more parking was necessary, you couldn't ask for more than this study demonstrated you had to have. And also that's the only exception you could have, and it was on a case-by-case basis, otherwise it applied. So we're trying to create an opportunity for a fail-safe that had to be driven by data and a study, and you could only go up to that limit, you couldn't exceed it. So we were not successful and did not get a lot of enjoyment of our amendment from the state legislature. So.
Okay.
But that was the intent, was that there will be locations where you want to be able to say we might need more parking than the state minimums, which are pretty blanket.
I know too, Councilmember Pascal, for Goat Hill, you'll recall, we really limited the ability to build middle housing in Goat Hill and ADUs as well, so that shouldn't be as much of an issue up there. At least I know other parts of the city have similar issues.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just thinking of like extreme cases, that's all, and how do we protect against that from a safety standpoint, because if it becomes a problem, then it's on the taxpayers to address through additional enforcement or things like that, or parking programs, and just trying to be mindful of those situations.
Yeah. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, that is certainly why we pushed that amendment to that legislation. Scott, if you could go back a slide or two, there was something that you said that I'm not sure I understood, and I just want to make sure I got it clear. Go back one more, I believe. Yeah. When we were on this slide, you were talking about the Planning Commission's recommendations regarding sort of early implementation of these reduced parking minimums for middle housing, and you said something about if we don't do it now, we'll actually be increasing parking requirements for some middle housing types somewhere in the city. Can you clarify that so I make sure I understand exactly what unintended consequence might result from not doing this now? I want to make sure, or maybe there is nothing. Can you clarify?
Yeah. So during the course of the several study sessions that we had, one of the options that was brought before Planning Commission was just straight adoption of the state's parking requirements under House Bill HB 1110. And it was observed that that what staff had presented to the Planning Commission did not observe the existing parking standards that we have related to frequent transit service. So by not continuing to include frequent transit service, we were actually increasing parking standards outside of that major transit stop proximity. So there's two, right now we have frequent transit stops. Frequent transit stops are, those lines that run up, Market Street and all those other lines. Those are not considered major transit stops. Any of those are, the only major transit stop we have in our city, which is currently under construction, is the one on 405, which is the Stride Station. That's it, and that would be the only reduced parking standards that we would have. Outside of that, the state bill would actually increase, House Bill 1110 would have actually increased the parking standards out beyond that half mile.
So if I could put a point on it, perhaps. When council adopted amendments to our middle housing and ADU code in 2020, you adopted lower parking standards than had existed before. We had to implement some state legislation in, I think, 2021 or 2022 that made some adjustments to what we could require for parking within that transit proximity that Scott's talking about. Because we already lowered some of our required parking for these middle missing housing types, under HB 1110, which does mandate or set a cap on how much parking we can require, there's some portions of the city where we already had lower parking requirements than HB 1110 requires us to go down to. There's other parts of the city where we are requiring more than HB 1110 requires us to do. And so were we to simply implement HB 1110, we'd actually be increasing some people's parking requirements. Planning Commission was very clear that we shouldn't be increasing anyone's requirements, and so we created a hybrid version that decreases requirements where HB 1110 standards are lower than existing, but maintaining our existing requirements where HB 1110 is actually higher. I hope that helps.
I think it does. But I guess what I'm surprised in the answer is that that state statute would set a ceiling rather than simply setting a floor. Like, why would we be required by the state to increase our parking requirements for a type of housing in an area of the city where we already have we've had lower standards for at least 4, if not 5 years?
It sets a maximum minimum. So we cannot require more than the minimum that they set. It's that the minimum they set is higher than our existing minimum. And it's very confusing to use maximum and minimum in the same sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is the reason why the ordinance is so long, is because, we're trying to, take state language, which talks about things in a different way. They set maximums where we always deal with parking minimums, right? And our parking minimums, just are just trying to be consistent with those maximums and not exceed those maximums, so that we were like, our minimums are above like what the state would require. So it's it's a weird way of talking about this, but we just can't. It's kind of thinking of those maximums as the red line that we cannot cross.
I'm looking at my colleagues and seeing if we're all getting this. Okay, I got people down there that are getting it. I'm not getting it. Okay, let me ask a very pointed question. If we do not do the early implementation of the reduced parking minimums, but we do nothing else, we don't increase a parking requirement anywhere within the city, will there be a higher parking requirement somewhere in the city as a result of our inaction on early implementation of this parking minimum, reduced parking minimums? Or you simply say, or is there some version of this where for 18 months we're somehow out of compliance with state law?
We won't be out of compliance with the new Senate bill until 18 months from now, where we'll have to make adjustments to the remaining part of the city. So right now, we're not planning on making any adjustments to the parking requirements for single-family homes. Right now, it's required to be 2. Under the Senate bill, it would be a maximum of 1. So that would be in a future code amendment, but that would also come with additional code amendments in our mixed use and commercial zones as well.
Okay, I just want to make sure I have a complete understanding of what it would mean to not do this implementation now and do it collectively at the same time that we're doing the other implementation 18 months from now. And I just want to make sure I understand that we would not be literally increasing the parking requirements anywhere within the city by not taking action now.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you, and I thank you for humoring me, colleagues. I'm not sure, I never did, it took me a while to get that. I'm glad you guys got it quicker than me.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet, did you have a question? All right, I'm going to say it my way. So we have 1110 parking requirements. 5184 throws out 1110. Yeah. Okay. The TOD bill, did that have any parking requirements, and where are we on that?
Yeah, I think, Allison's saying that we think 5184 goes further than the TOD bill in terms of parking requirements. We need to probably look at the TOD bill again since it's passed and figure that out. But I think our sense is that 5184 parking requirements are way more aggressive in terms of reducing parking than other bills that have been floating around.
Okay.
But we'll confirm that, yeah.
Yeah, I could see in this conversation while the Planning Commission is saying, let's just do it now. Yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm very curious if the TOD bill is going to add another layer of complication around this.
Yeah, and so mainly the and just to kind of give you a little heads up on the TOD bill will probably affect more of the areas in the station area, in our Totem Lake area, and not really be anything that will impact, or mostly not impact any residential, low-density residential area or other residential areas, right?
Right.
So this is very specific to middle housing, and middle housing is only allowed in residential zones and not mixed use in commercial zones.
Except for when the K line comes through, which will be a sort of a different story, but that is to come, right?
That all we've done with that is we've adopted a definition of major transit stop, and any reference to parking references major transit stop. So those would automatically apply when a K-line stop is under construction, and the administrative adjustments there would be to develop a map for developers to understand where their density and parking standards are related to those transit stops.
Okay, I now have a parking headache, and I'm trying to think of how we can fit pie into this to sort of break the tension, but, okay. Are we at the point where are we in the, are we at the point where you want feedback on parking, or should we keep going?
We're taking questions right now, and we have a slide at the very end where we can kind of
Okay.
bring this all home.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't number them. But we're going to get into affordable housing. So this is really talking about why we're considering affordable housing now. As a preamble, we've kind of discussed this quite a bit already, but as Adam has already mentioned, we get opportunities to add affordable housing requirements only when we're increasing development allowances. We will be doing that here with the additional density allowances. We'll be doing that again in phase 2 with optimizing of development standards. Another reason why we want to address that is we just went through a comp plan, and we understand that and we understand that we're going through even without a comp plan, that we have a housing affordability gap in the city, and this is one means in which we can address that. Matter of fact, this is one of the only tools that we have. An inclusionary requirement is our tool right now for is in particularly making contributions to our housing trust fund. So the other and this third bullet here is really kind of getting at this fair application. Now, we've talked to you about this, is this kind of equal treatment across residential zones. We apply inclusionary requirements in our multifamily zones, but we do actually, we exempt out a major part of our city, 56% of our zoned area from any kind of inclusionary requirements. And we feel that is this is an opportunity for us to address that inequity. And again, this increases the affordable housing options and funding opportunity for affordable housing. Staff has presented, to Planning Commission, City Council, and the public several ideas around affordable housing, in particular related to the options you have before you in the council packet, or in the packet and in the ordinance. And we've also presented two options, and two of them were in particular that were provided to the Planning Commission was to defer any affordable housing requirements to phase 2, or adopt or make a recommendation to council for affordable housing requirements consistent with the framework that we presented to City Council. Planning Commission received those options, and they've are recommending adoption of an affordable housing requirement with some changes to the exceptions and the payment in lieu methodology. I didn't know if Chair Rutherford wants to provide any more details on that, or continue on.
I think you've done well, so you can feel free to carry on.
Okay. Okay, we'll have Adam go for this.
Yeah, so just really quickly, and this is new information, but we wanted to show you just some examples of other cities that have adopted inclusionary zoning regulations recently. And this is not necessarily a representative sample. These are just two of our peer cities who have recently adopted inclusionary zoning programs for their as part of their middle housing implementation. So Redmond and Sammamish. I think the macro point I want to make is that we'll go through these inclusionary zoning programs relatively quickly, but they are both more aggressive, I would say, than what is on the table right now in Kirkland, and would have a much more, a larger impact on middle housing compared to what we're looking at in Kirkland. So Redmond adopted a program where for any project, regardless of the housing type, 12.5% of the units have to be set aside at 80% of the median income, and there are in lieu fees established as well. It would apply to all projects, so small housing units are not exempt from their program. So if you're building a 1,000 square foot house or a 2,000 square foot house, it's all subject to these requirements. And then the in lieu fees are $30 a square foot for attached units and $48 a square foot for detached units. So that's the Redmond program. And I'll contrast a little bit with what we're looking at as well. Sammamish, a 10% set aside. They're only exempting housing units smaller than 1,000 square feet. And then there's no minimum number of units. So if you build a 1-unit project, you're subject to these fees. And then the in lieu fees are about $35 a square foot. So just to contrast that with the options that are on the table right now, primarily I would say option 2, which was what we discussed with the council several weeks ago. We're proposing a 10% set aside at 100% AMI, right? So 100% AMI compared to 80% AMI is an easier to meet affordability standard for a developer. Just want to make that clear. The proposals in Kirkland would exempt units of less than 2,000 square feet at least, right? So those are fairly good sized middle housing units that would be completely exempt from the fee. We would also start at 1 unit, imposing the fee at 1 unit for 1-unit projects similar to these cities. I think, again, when we looked at that sort of prototypical North Rose Hill 3,300 square foot house built on a 7,200 square foot lot, when we translated when we figured out what the fee would be under option 2 for that house, it equated to something like $13 or $14 a square foot of fees. So much lower than I think what either Sammamish or Redmond had adopted. So again, just to sort of summarize, I think that, yeah, what you're looking at tonight, I know there's lots of different options on the table. We generally think they are less impactful and would probably at least somewhat reduce the concerns about proportionality and impact on the overall housing market. So happy to answer questions about these if you have any.
Adam, when you started this, you said this is on middle housing. Is it on middle housing and?
Yeah, so I should clarify. Thanks for the clarification, Mayor. These new fees were adopted as part of these cities' work on adopting middle housing requirements, but they apply to all housing types.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Council questions? Councilmember Sweet?
Just help me with the math. So I got hung up on the $41,000 example that you've been using. So how does this translate?
Yeah,
At
okay,
30, is that $40 per square foot of an entire dwelling?
Yes.
Including
For the, yeah, thanks, Councilmember Sweet. And my math skills are really bad, but so just Redmond, for instance, if you apply the $40, if you're building a big single-family house, right, it's $40 times the amount of square feet in that house. So that might be 3,000 square feet times $40. So that yields quite a high fee, actually. I think for sort of a normal-sized single-family house, it might be like $65,000 of fees or more. So, yeah.
Doing math here, too. Okay. Why don't you try the next slide? Maybe it'll stimulate. Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
So I think we've heard that it's kind of had a chilling effect, right? And particularly Redmond, for example, and that's why they're reviewing their fees right now. Do we know of any other communities in the state that have done inclusionary, or is Redmond Sammamish the first?
Yeah, there are other ones. I mean, I would say I think Bellevue mostly are completely declined to adopt inclusionary fees as part of middle housing, their middle housing implementation. I think Issaquah adopted fees, but yeah, that's I think the extent of our knowledge right now. There's cities that are just like us currently working on them.
Adam, when were these adopted then?
Yeah, the Redmond fee went into effect, I think, or was adopted quite a few months ago, I would say. It was January, okay. The Sammamish adopted their fee, they adopted their program, I want to say like 2 months ago, but actually just recently adopted their fee. They had a sort of a to be determined fee that they ended up adopting recently.
Okay, so it's a little hard to tell if it's a
It's hard to tell right now, yeah.
Fairly new.
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry, again, I'm like muting myself. So I'm going to go over a couple of slides that are kind of specific to our draft amendments that are before you today. This staff drafted amendment was based on council guidance that we received when we provided a framework at the March meetings, and this came out of, these are just the feedback that we received at our March 18th council meeting, and that we already went over some of this in a previous slide, so I won't go into that in any depth. But what this code does is it removes our existing affordable housing requirements in Chapter 113 and transfers them over to 112. It applies to low-density residential zones. It sets a start date, June, end of June of next year, so a year out from today, the end of this year, when we're required to be adopting middle housing amendments. It applies to all residential development in low-density zones except for dwelling units that are 2,000 square feet or less. It exempts out any additions or alterations to existing buildings with these 100% improvement thresholds, and includes a 10% inclusionary requirement and applies our current payment in lieu methodology to that. I have slides on the payment in lieu methodology. I'm not going to, for purposes of time, we can go into that in more depth later, but I just wanted to make sure that we saw this one and what is also being recommended by the Planning Commission. This next one right here shows the amendments to the council guided amendments that we presented at the public hearing. These amendments changes the exemption to exempting out the square footage, and rather than a units that cap out at 2,000 square feet, they're saying the first 2,500 square feet of a dwelling unit, then afterwards a per square foot fee would be applied, and that would be what they're providing in the payment, the adjustments to the payment in lieu calculation. That's the scope of that. And again, I can go through that, but based on some recent conversations that council has had and what staff has heard through the city manager's office, we have developed an additional alternative for your consideration for adoption. And Allison will kind of go over these adjustments to.
Before Allison starts,
Yeah.
maybe I can, because I'm the one who actually asked for this.
Well, City Manager, can we go back to the Planning Commission recommendation and just check to see if there's any questions on that? Because I have one. Anybody else? Okay, so well, a couple things. I think what we haven't talked about yet, and perhaps it's a slide later, is do we have to do this now? Because we're hearing from the public, don't adopt any of inclusionary zoning for single family until phase 2. And that is not an option for us, correct? Can you talk to that? What do we need to, well, two questions. What do we need to do by June 30th so that we have the option to do inclusionary zoning? And I'm curious what the model code is in 1110, because if we didn't adopt anything by June 30th, the model code would take its place. So those are my questions. And then I have another one on this one.
So I'll do my best. Everyone jump in. So in asking the staff and the city attorney, when you adopt additional capacity, which is what you're doing with this mill code, is when you have to put some kind of marker down that you're doing inclusionary zoning. So I did ask the question, could we not do it at all? The answer is you lose the ability to do it for all of these actions. Phase 2, there might be some additional capacity created, but it's not the same capacity as this. It's refining around the edges. And so you could still do some inclusionary zoning there, but you couldn't make it all backwards compatible to all of this. So yes, if you want inclusionary zoning, you have to do something now concurrent with this. What you do, there is a lot of flexibility. So we're going to talk about that. That's what informs the next slide that I'll talk about. But so that's my summary.
I'll just make one clarification. Essentially, if you want to adopt inclusionary zoning to the extent of the capacity you're creating now, then you need to do it now.
Okay.
If you want to just do inclusionary zoning on potentially additional capacity that you build in phase 2, then you'd have flexibility to do that. But only on that increased capacity that happens later, not on this new capacity you're developing right now as required by state law.
Okay. Anybody have questions on that? Okay, what about my question? What is the model code on 1110?
Yeah, so the model code sets a standard where any development that has a base density of 4 units may go up to 6 units if 2 of those units are affordable at 80% AMI. That is a 33% inclusionary requirement. It is one of the reasons why we're thinking, that staff was thinking that we needed to address some of that with our current code, because we do have capacity, and we have plenty of examples. Some of those were shown here with the parking standards, where we have developments that go beyond 4 units. We have capacity for that, where we feel that if we adopted just the state standard, affordable housing standard, that would have a chilling effect and reduce the capacity of those projects. So developers would just choose to do 4 units rather than 6 or 8 or 9
Okay, thank you.
on those projects.
My question on this one, and I think I just read it incorrectly. What I read was that we were exempting units that were 2,500 square feet total. But what I'm seeing on this slide is it's 2,500 square feet of any dwelling. So did I read that incorrectly? Because I thought the goal was to get smaller houses built. But if it's just exempting the 2,500 of a 4,000 square foot house.
Yeah, so what the Planning Commission was really trying to address with the inclusionary requirements that we were imposing on units that would be built above 2,000 square feet is there would be a steep escalation in inclusionary requirements for units that are somewhat smaller. So take a 2,000, a 2,001 square foot home would be subject to that 4,500 square foot price. And what the Planning Commission was trying to address was a steep increase. So what would happen in their model would be anything that is above 2,500 square feet, let's say 2,501 square feet, you'd be charged a per square foot fee. So a 2,501 square foot unit home would be charged what we kind of calculated at $22.56 total. And what the idea behind that is to create a graduated kind of increase in its per square foot, exempting out most housing typologies that we would be allowing with the new middle housing code. That would include, let's say, a 10,000 square foot lot that decides to do 2 townhomes, each of them 2,500 square feet, they would both be exempt. But units, any unit above that square footage would start to whether it's attached or detached, would start to incur that fee.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pascal, Chair Rutherford, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to add one point on that also, which was the other end of that. Say that someone has a 5,000 square foot house. This would actually allow for a collection of a larger fee for a, based on the proportionally larger house, whereas otherwise you'd have this one flat fee, and once you've paid that, you're home free and you could, build whatever.
Except for lot coverage.
Exactly, yes.
Tree code
Then-
and
Yeah, then you have to
everything
start up buying up other additional lots and,
All right. Councilor Pascal.
Yeah, so this maybe gets at kind of, I think, what I was talking about earlier about proportionality. There isn't this huge, this sounds like in the Planning Commission's recommendation, there isn't this huge difference between a house that's $2,499 versus 2,500. So, just thinking about this a little bit further. So I didn't fully understand this. One, it'd be nice to see a table, like a side-by-side, like difference in total costs of the Planning Commission methodology versus kind of the original for a couple housing sizes. But let's say that someone came in and they wanted to add another 500 square foot addition onto their 4,000 square foot home. So then they would be subject to, they would pay this fee for the additional 500 feet that they add to their home, or not?
The Planning Commission option also exempts additions or alterations that up to double the size of an existing home. And that's articulated in the bullet point under the first kind of red circle, yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just looking at, I'm just thinking now about what the consequences are going to be between the Planning Commission's recommended approach, which is described here, and the one that I had in my head, which I think is the same as the mayor, which was up to 2,000 or up to 2,000 square foot. The typology would just be excluded. And maybe the side-by-side table that Councilmember Pascal's talking about would really help with this. But without that, my focus here is on what are we doing to, is what we're putting in place today, or potentially based on maybe the recommendation for how we can maybe move forward and give ourselves a little bit more time to consider this. Under these proposals, which one's going to have fewer McMansions, or as a close friend of mine calls them, monstrosities, and more affordable family-sized homes of 2,000 square feet?
I can take a crack at that. So, and apologies, it's so confusing. I know there's a lot of options. So I would say that, per your question, Councilmember Black, the previous option would promote smaller units, right? It would, there's a more significant disincentive to build anything above 2,000 square feet, right? To get to the same, so like comparing the two options, under the previous option, the fee that would be generated by a 2,001 square foot house wouldn't be reached until you get to 4,500 square feet under the Planning Commission option, right? So under the Planning Commission option, if you're building anything less than a 4,500 square foot house, you're better off in terms of fees under the Planning Commission approach compared to the other option, so.
I mean, I definitely feel like what I hear from our community is that they want to see Kirkland become more affordable. They also want to see fewer monstrosities. And if there's a way for us to properly incentivize that, I think that's what that's going to be my lodestar.
To respond to some of that as well, one of the ways that I anticipate that this could potentially, be hacked by builders is instead of building a 3,200 square foot house or a 4,400 square foot house, you could build a 2,000 square foot house that also has an attached accessory dwelling unit, maybe even two attached accessory dwelling units, which effectively make it a larger house. Now, that could be all used by one household. It would also provide the flexibility to, in the future, they could age in place and rent out other parts of it as well. So you'd be promoting that flexibility potentially, but I think that any of our scenarios that could be a possibility. Now, the economic viability of that is another question entirely.
Okay, now the new amendment. Councilmember Timpson.
In this, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, but I've got 6 people in my home. Say my house is 2,500 square feet. Each person is allocated 416 square feet. Why, what's the value system here that we don't want that to happen? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out if there's no, determining how many people are living in a house is probably too complex, but we have a lot of large families here in Kirkland that live in, I don't know, houses of this size. So I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around this.
Well, one of the, especially when we're looking at this 2,500 square foot, the Planning Commission recommendation is, again, anything that is above 2,500 square feet would have a per square foot fee graduated up to the size. So again, if it was 2,501 square feet, it would be a very small square foot fee. It was at $22.
You just pay, okay, so if it's 2,600 square feet, you pay 100 for 100 square feet of fee?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, precisely. Rather than paying the entire 40, like in the example that we had given in the packet, was the whole $45,000.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you want to tackle the next amendment?
So Councilmember Sweet had her.
All right.
I looked right at her. She must have did it when I looked away. Go
I
ahead.
did. I feel like what Scott just described sort of is consistent with what Councilmember Pascal asked for in terms of proportionality earlier today. So I'm just hoping I'm understanding it right.
Yeah, just the only thing I wanted to chime in on about is that, again, as we mentioned to Councilmember Pascal, like there's nothing super sacred about 2,000 square feet, right? We felt like there was good support in the comprehensive plan and the zoning code already for establishing the threshold at 2,000 square feet. That doesn't mean it shouldn't be something else, not to complicate things too much, but like it could be 2,500 square feet or 3,000 square feet or 3,200 square feet. So we felt like 2,000 square feet was a rational place to start because, again, we feel like that can yield a sizable 3-bedroom unit, but there's nothing to say you couldn't choose something else.
Deputy Mayor, and then back to Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Okay. Just a clarification, Adam, the slides say 2,500. You've mentioned 2,000 a couple of times. I just want to, where does this kick in? I want to make sure I'm understanding it.
Yeah, Allison's going to get to the new hybrid proposal, which uses 2,000 square feet as a starting point. So again, all the options are on the table. So it's really under either option, this option or the option that we had discussed with the Planning Commission, option 2. You could choose any square footage that you feel like is rational.
Okay.
Yeah.
And as we get to the next one, the Planning Commission's original recommendation was 25. When you talk about this new hybrid proposal, I'd like to understand a little more why you're proposing 2,000. Thanks.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I missed that difference when we first saw it.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Well, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I have a lot of questions about where this money would go, who would be in charge of it, and how it would be used. If we're not on that topic, we can address it another time, but I don't want to prolong this meeting, but.
Well, the short answer to that would be however the council would want it to be used, but typically, using real estate excise tax as an example, we allocate it during the budget process, and some of it's for project-specific stuff we do in Kirkland, and some of it goes to Arch for the Housing Trust Fund. So we would adopt as a council how you wanted it to be allocated and how you'd want it to be spent once you did that, so.
Okay, well, if it's leaving the city of Kirkland, I already have concerns. If we're not going to be in control of it and we're sending it out to other places, but because once we send it out to other places, I don't know whether or not it's required to be used within the city of Kirkland. But
as I said, that's something that the council could decide long before the fee is collected.
okay, well, I'm going to want to dig into that before, making a decision on that. But if we're sending it out to the county or Arch or somebody else and we don't know if it's coming back to Kirkland, then I would have reservations about the program in its entirety. Thank you.
Councilmember Black?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate your concern. Your mic's still on, just want to let you know, in case you want to say something to me under your breath. We have Kirkland has long participated in a regional coalition for housing as part of a regional cooperation to get, and the Housing Trust Fund to get money built. So I just want to share that I don't have the same hesitation. I really feel like our collaboration with the Regional Coalition for Housing and the projects that get built in Kirkland and elsewhere through that project, it's really important. We actually, I was on a call today about a Regional Coalition for Housing, specifically with agreement among all the council members from Issaquah, Medina, Redmond, Kirkland, elsewhere, just how important it is for us to be paying into a regional trust fund so that we can optimize where there can be the most impact. And also what was really important that came up in there, and for your
You're
consideration.
not here to debate me. You can just direct your comments over there.
I thought you might want to say something under your breath. The point is that what was I going to say? We are able to optimize it allows us to optimize the impact, and also the affordable housing anywhere in our region has an impact on affordability in our city. So when we get affordable units built anywhere in our region, it has the impact through vacancy change to create affordable housing. In fact, it has a really important impact of potentially protecting or rather preserving our naturally occurring existing affordable housing in Kirkland, which is largely our older stock. So I couldn't let that just be said because we have such a long-standing commitment to a regional coalition for housing. Thanks.
And we just toured an amazing
So,
place. Yeah. I want to ask how many slides we have left, and we might need a break.
we're really close. We just
Okay.
can't seem to get to this next slide, so.
Yeah, I think we're only a couple slides away.
Okay.
So
Soldier on.
if the council wants, what I'd like to do is maybe bring back a discussion of ARCH and how the money's allocated, because there's three quick things I'd say about that. One of the great things about ARCH is that every dollar everyone puts in the ARCH Trust Fund turns into 10-to-1 leveraging because of the state and county allocation. So when you think about the three big projects that ARCH has funded in Kirkland, the Polaris project, the Ardea project, and the King County Housing Authority project that some of you toured, that amount of money that came back dwarfs the city's contribution. And when you get an ARCH project, that happens across the board, that the local allocation brings in all this extra money, so it goes way beyond that. However, what we also did is each ARCH city gets a credit for a unit that is built somewhere else. So even if it's built in Bellevue, all the ARCH cities get a proportional credit. And then finally, the city of Kirkland always gets to approve those ARCH allocations. So even though ARCH says we want to do this, it always comes back and each city gets to vote as to whether they want to actually allocate the city dollars to the ARCH project. So you get multiple bites at the apple as the city of Kirkland in this process. But I think it'd be super helpful for us to actually bring that back because it's really a powerful tool. But that doesn't mean you have to send this money to ARCH. You can actually also do this in Kirkland. So I think having the conversation about how this money should be allocated would definitely be important. And how ARCH works, I think, would be really helpful too to remind everybody. So let me just say a little bit about why this proposal, which is actually kind of a city manager proposal based on the feedback I heard. So I heard a couple things in my calls. The first was the implementation date that was picked, even though it was moved out, was not far enough. That the second part, the phase 2 of middle housing, isn't even going to be finished until the end of 2026. And so to have a decision about implementing something before the other part's even finished doesn't make sense. So trying to align those, so give ourselves more time. Second question I heard was, do we have to do this? And if so, what is the minimum we could do so that we preserve our ability to have inclusionary zoning? So that was kind of answered. We do have to do something. What I also heard from all the council members is, hey, we really appreciate the innovation of the Planning Commission, and we really kind of like what staff first did, but all this is super complicated, and we need a lot more time to decide if it's 2,500 square feet, 2,000 square feet. Should it be a per square foot cost? Should it be our current methodology? And so can you please find a way to give us time to have that conversation in a way that we can actually go through all these options and decide where the right place to be is. So for all of that, we came together about how can we do something that gives you something to put in the books that preserves your right to have inclusionary zoning, but that gives you a lot of time to change it with enough time to study and evaluate and make a different decision if you want to. So this does all that. Now, Allison's going to talk to this. The reason I suggested that we keep 2,000 as a starting point and not the 2,500 is because once you adopt something, you can always make it less. You can go up, but what you can't do is come back down. So if you pick 2,500 square feet now, that's your floor. If you pick 2,000 now, you can go up. So that was the logic that I used in this. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Allison to kind of walk you through this amendment, but that was the intent behind this, was to address the feedback I was hearing from council.
Thank you, City Manager.
Great. Thank you, City Manager. That does most of the lift for me. So I want to just emphasize a few things that you heard the city manager say and that you see in this draft. So What you see in front of you are sections of Chapter 112, which is our affordable housing chapter in the zoning code, and these really do three things, each section that you see on the screen. So the first section that you see, so KZC 112.15, this is setting the requirement, kind of the base requirement that we're working off of. And the first thing that it does is adopt a requirement now, and we have to do that now if we want to leverage the capacity of the leverage the additional capacity that we're adding right now. It is based on option 2, which was kind of the staff version of a requirement based on our council guidance. So that was what we took to Planning Commission as a recommendation. It provides that really long runway, so it sets implementation up for being effective in January of 2027. And it includes some exemptions that council told us they were interested in. So exempting smaller units in this version, less than 2,000 square feet, exempting really up to quite sizable remodels, additions. So if you have a 2,500 square foot home with 6 people living in it and you want a little bit more square footage, you can do that without having to pay an in lieu fee. And so that's what the first section does, 1A, it sets that requirement. Section B of it reserves our right and signals our intent to further calibrate the requirement. So it's saying that prior to the intended effective date of January 2027, we can adopt an alternate program, so we can change the requirement. But what we're telling people in terms of giving them some certainty is the requirement's not going to be more than what we said in Section A. So that provides some certainty, we hope, for the development community. And then Section C simply gives us a little bit of flexibility, saying we're not gonna impose greater requirements than those in the first section, but if we do add additional development capacity with whatever council chooses to do in phase 2, then we might layer on some additional requirements, and as you explore kind of how to calibrate and what you think is proportional based on what we're granting in the combination of phase 1 and phase 2. The second section on the bottom half of your screen is really refers to our methodology for payment in lieu. And so if you're not providing the affordable units on site, how do we calculate what an in lieu fee might be? And it really has the same structure as the section above. The first section is setting that requirement, adopting the requirement now in order for us to be able to take and leverage the additional development capacity we're granting. It would recognize the same exemptions granted from the previous section, and it has that same long runway. So we're not applying it until January 2027. The second section reserves our right and signals our intent to further calibrate this before January 2027. And then that last section, again, just gives us that flexibility, saying we're giving you some certainty. We're not going to impose a higher in lieu fee than we said in the first section, except we can if we add more additional development capacity. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions, but this was kind of the hybrid city manager option.
Councilmember Falcone, Deputy Mayor, and then pass.
Thank you for making something that is complicated seem not complicated. So thank you for explaining it in layman's terms for us. I have a question about a potential loophole, like with the addition exemption. Could it be a loophole that, say, someone wants to build just like on a single lot, or maybe just on a few lots, that they build in a phased approach, that they like build a 2,000 square foot home with the understanding with the builder that like 6 months later they're going to build another 2,000 foot addition to that home, or 1,999 square foot addition to the home, and therefore circumvent this? And if so, is there a way that we can prevent that, close that loophole preemptively by, having some sort of reasonable time frame where you can't, that exemption is only if it's been greater than a year since the house was built or something like that? Anyway, I just want to think through like potential loopholes and if that's something that this current alternative would provide, that loophole.
We could definitely look into that. I would say it's not something we see happen a lot because they'd be paying permit fees all over again and things like that too. So there's probably some efficiency to just building the 4,000 square foot home in the first place. This is an additional layer though, but if council wanted, that's something that we could definitely research and try to draft you some language around prior to your consideration of adoption at your next meeting. So
I don't
we
need
can
to make
note
it like
of that question.
super formal, but I would just kind of back of the envelope be curious to know like the fees for like permitting and all that kind of stuff. How would that compare with the fee in lieu? Just to have a grasp of it, if it's something that we're like incentivizing that type of, loophole exploitation. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Are we still in questions, or are we ready for
We're still on questions.
comment and feedback? Okay, then I'm good.
Okay, Councilmember Pascal?
Yeah, thank you for preparing this, City Manager. The question I had on this was, in the code, I'm not reading anything where it requires a phase 2 analysis be done. It's just simply saying that the council may choose to review things, but doesn't have to, right? That once January 1st, 2027 comes, this would be enacted. If I'm very interested in making sure we evaluate this more as part of phase 2. So how would that type of certainty be provided? Would that be as part of the resolution that adopts this, or where would that specificity there saying that that phase 2 shall be done, and it should look at the methodology and where to set the threshold?
I think we could find a couple options to tweak this to require that there's a study and a presentation, or that there's a check back in that staff has to do. You can't compel yourselves to act, but you can require that a time certain comes back to you for you to talk about it. We could do something like that.
That would just be something that me personally would be interested in figuring out how to incorporate into anything that comes back before us, assuming there's support.
You could also put it into the ordinance, into a non-codified portion of the ordinance, so you could have enacting provisions that are adopting the code, and then another one that directs the city manager to bring this back to you for review by some period of time.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Clarification. Councilmember Pascal, are you referring to phase 2 of the middle housing, or the development of the alternative requirement?
I'm not sure I know the difference.
Where phase 2 of middle housing is the further optimizations beyond what's required by House Bill 1110, right? Whereas 1B refers to the evolution of the affordable housing requirement that's described in A, the further evaluation of that specific requirement.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer other than I'm feeling that there's a time constraint here on improving the affordable housing option and inclusionary zoning, and there's a lot of questions still, and I'd want to make sure that that is evaluated after June, and I'm just assuming that that would be part of phase 2. Or, if it's a separate process, whatever, I mean.
I just want to ensure that this happened, that we do come back and we do check in. So I think we can come up with options to do that. Yeah, that's a great question, though.
I just want to say I agree with Councilmember Pascal. I assume that at some point we will look at the impacts of this and decide what adjustments we need to make. So, anyone else have questions right now? Councilmember Sweet?
Just to clarify what you guys just said, so are we contemplating, well, two things. The phase 2 that we've been talking about up until this point, when do we project to put that on the work plan?
So the adopted planning work program has phase 2 slated for next year.
Okay, thank you. And what I think I understood from Councilmember Pascal is that you would prefer that we withheld the decision on the fee in lieu until phase 2, or until what the city manager suggested would be a check back time. That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, thank you. I was just referring to this option, that if this was an option that council was going with, that there would be some mechanism to require this to be evaluated, because otherwise we're adopting it and it's going to go into existence.
You got 3 up here agreeing with that.
And if I could clarify that we drafted the, oh, sorry, did I?
Go ahead.
Okay. I can see all of you, but I can't see city manager. So we drafted this to provide you with the flexibility that it doesn't compel you to grant any additional development capacity phase 2 if that's not the way you decide to go. But it does give you the flexibility to get something bookmarked, to say, yes, we're bookmarking this additional capacity we're adding right now with phase 1 minimum compliance. And we're reserving the right, if what we're adopting right now as a requirement doesn't feel quite right yet, we can also recalibrate it before it goes into effect, only considering the development capacity we're granting right now. So we think that the language we've drafted is open enough to apply to just what we're granting right now with phase 1, or to consider any additional development capacity in phase 2, and that could include the graduated options that Planning Commission has recommended.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm in a project that in July 26. So I'm starting to vest my project. This takes place in 27. Is it just going to impact projects that start on 27 or anything that's in the pipeline?
So these affordable housing requirements are generally vested with a complete building permit application.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Submission of or approval of.
When we deem the building permit application complete.
Thank you. All right, what's next?
Okay, actually, this is pretty much the end of this presentation. We're at the last, second to last slide here. This is basically just recapping what we're doing tonight, receiving feedback from council on the potential amendments and any potential amendments to these proposed code amendments. We will be coming back to council at your next meeting on the 17th for consideration for adoption of ordinance 4905. As a reminder, phase 2 of middle housing optimization, and I was actually just telling Allison here that the actual work plan task that is for 2026 is middle housing optimization phase 2 and affordable housing incentives. That's the name of the work. That is the name of the work plan. So these are together. Both of these are together. We are going to be reviewing this as part of that work program item, and we'll be beginning that in January of 2026, giving us the year to adopt something. So as for to finish off this discussion, we have these guided questions here for you related to the major topics of tonight, which are the parking requirements that were put before you, and our discussion related to the Planning Commission recommendation and what was presented to them at the public hearing, and the various affordable housing options that we have before you here, which include the Planning Commission recommendation, the staff drafted council and council guided option, which was presented to the Planning Commission at their hearing, the city manager option, which is the alternative option that we presented tonight, or a final option would be to defer affordable housing requirements to phase 2, which was always part of an option for the council. We also have kind of a place mark here as to any other kind of questions you have on the code amendments that we haven't covered thus far.
Okay, may I ask? My understanding was we could not defer, we can't do option 4.
Well, what you would do is you'd only be able to do affordable housing requirements on whatever increment you added in phase 2. You couldn't do it on any of these capacity increments now.
Got it, thank you. Yeah, it's getting late. Okay, Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I guess one thing that I would personally like to see is consideration of how to, if there's a way to break this up into kind of separate votes when it comes back. And what I'm thinking is, I personally like to have an option to vote on, just adopting the state requirements, and then another vote on adopting the inclusionary zoning or not, and then another vote on adopting the additional parking regs. I'm wondering if that's possible. Or is it just, you just have to adopt everything together and just do amendments? I mean, you don't need to answer that now, but that would be something that I would be interested in.
Let us do a little look, because depends on how you get the mechanism, and we'd have to.
Because I'm still just unsure about the parking and the affordable housing. I'm still kind of wrestling with that in my mind as to whether, what I'm thinking about is, more of doing that as part of phase 2.
Deputy Mayor.
One thing to that, I think it'd be helpful for all of us to just be able to state where we are right now on this, to be able to
It would
provide
help
some
staff
direction.
since we need to vote next meeting. So Councilmember Pascal, you want to?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, are you ready to do that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Rodney, Planning Commission, Planning Staff, City Manager, of where we are with this. This work is hard, it's complex, it takes a lot of work to get things right, and I think we're doing that work right now. It's always hard to be able to get to yes, and I think we're doing this. I really appreciate the Planning Commission's thoughtful approach to scale the fee, so we didn't have an impact on a 2,501 square foot house. Your thoughtful approach allows a scaled fee that you only hit the full-size $45,000 fee that was mentioned in the memo with a 4,500 square foot home. To Councilmember Tim Chisholm's point, come on by our house this summer or any Christmas time. It's a 2,500 square foot house, and when the relatives are visiting, we've got 6 or more people there, and it's very, very comfortable. So I think that's a good point to be having that discussion on what's a affordable family size home, because I like the approach that says smaller, more affordable homes don't have to pay the fees. It's really the luxury homes that we're going and saying, if you're going to go build a luxury home, you're contributing to our affordable housing. I like that philosophy. I also appreciate the work to say, really this is about new housing and exempting additions and alterations to existing homes. I appreciate that. I do support Councilmember Pascal's or Councilmember Falcone's point about making sure that there isn't a way to use game theory on this. I also support Councilmember Pascal's point of saying we're going to want to look at this in the future, and let's give clear direction to staff that the fees are going to be part of what we talk about in phase 2, and we may make some tweaks. And then, so I appreciate the work that's gone through to iterate on this and get this right. Beyond the things I've mentioned, I support the Planning Commission's recommendations on 5184 and the other items there. Thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Sweet.
Just sort of following that line, I agree with regard to the parking requirement. Oops, sorry. See, I used to leave it on all the time. I'm gonna do the thank you, because this has been an incredibly intense session, and it's been really intense to try and just to sort through this. I can't believe how much my understanding has changed from the first Planning Commission meeting I watched today till tonight. So this has been quite a process, and I think I'm clear on it. I think at this point, I would support the Planning Commission's recommendation around implementation of the SB 5184 parking requirements. I really appreciate the city option 3, the triplet approach. I think that is something that we can make work. It gives us a lot of opportunity sort of to be involved in the evolution of how this is going to work for us. So it gives us the opportunity to learn from it. And while I don't agree with Councilmember Pascal that I would want to defer this until the official phase 2, I think that it would be very prudent for us to come back, within 3 to 6 months of implementation and reevaluate, the numbers and the kinds of feedback that we're getting. So at this point, I would adopt alternative draft affordable housing option 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo Councilmember Sweet's thank you. A lot of work, a lot of people worked a lot on this. All the staff and Planning Commission and community members who are following this and giving input continually throughout the process too. So thank you to everyone involved in this, and to my council colleagues who are, we continue to learn and process this information as well and work on it. Generally speaking, I don't love the idea of taxing housing to build more affordable housing. Like in theory, I just don't love that, right? So I just want to state that, but also want to state that we have very limited options, right? And also that our current practice really disproportionately taxes our more affordable types of housing, right? So I do support us doing this because of all of that, right? I would like to have, like I said, at some point, a more holistic discussion around how to pay for more affordable housing and what other tools can we advocate for and utilize, maybe in addition to, maybe in lieu of inclusionary zoning. I don't know what that looks like, but I would really like to have that conversation at some point. But like I said, for those reasons, I do support one of these options today as far as for the affordable housing requirements. I'm fine with options 1 or 3. It sounds like my colleagues are moving towards option 3, so I'm fine with that. I think it really is important, like has been said, to have a bookmark here to make sure that we have this option. We retain the ability to have inclusionary zoning here on this added capacity. So I'm glad that it sounds like that seems to be the consensus we're moving towards. I think that's the prudent thing to do. And I also, like my colleagues have mentioned, support the Planning Commission's recommendation on Senate Bill 5184. And then my only other thing is the thing I mentioned before about just kind of looking out for loopholes and other things, just to be thoughtful and kind of get ahead on those types of things. Thank you.
Gentlemen, Councilmember Black.
I guess I'll go next. So I'll skip ahead to the affordable housing requirements because I think on that one, what's been really helpful today throughout the day and at this meeting is just to understand that we are required by law to comply with state requirements, middle housing. This is the additional development capacity we have to do now. And so just understanding that if we are going to have this option down the road, we really have to do it this month. And that's important. So I think I like the option 3, create a bookmark, and knowing that we would lose this opportunity to even have this discussion, which is, I think, an important policy discussion. So I support that. I frankly am still of two minds regarding the early implementation of the parking requirements. I mean, there's two things I want to share that have really have been important throughout today and all the discussions I've had today. One is that on the one hand, our current parking requirements aren't, builders who are building middle housing are doing more than our minimums today anyway. So leaving what we have in place today is not really changing the parking that we're seeing constructed with middle housing, but also understanding more clearly throughout earlier today that this is limited to middle housing typologies was also really important. So I appreciate the Planning Commission's thoughtful discussion and debate on this one, but I'm still of two minds about whether we do something now that we can do more holistically 18 months from now with maybe some more attention and thought to all of the consequences. They may be minor. They may be inconsequential. I think some of the data we saw today in the slides suggests that it will be. But I'd like to understand that better before saying that I'm all in on the early implementation of the parking requirements. So I hope I've sort of kind of shared. I'm of two minds. My question for the staff was whether you got the direction you needed on the parking, because we kind of, we discussed the parking, and there was a lot of good questions and good discussion, and then we moved on to the affordable housing requirements. I was kind of wondering what ordinance you were going to bring back, whether it was going to include the parking or not. So I guess I'm open to seeing it in the ordinance that comes back, but I'm just sharing that I really am wrestling with whether we can take a little bit more time, learn more before we do something that it doesn't sound like it's a significantly larger amount of work to simply do it when we're doing a more holistic approach to complying with the reduced parking minimums. And there may be some things that we can learn in that interim period. So that's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks again for this discussion. Just thinking back over the last few months, I just feel like I've been riding a roller coaster, ups and downs, not kind of trying to figure out where I'm at, a little bit dizzy at times. We talked about just meeting the state requirements initially, but now we're going above beyond. We talked about getting more input on the inclusionary zoning as part of phase 2, but now we're going to press forward. We talked about and we approved a separate work program item on addressing parking minimums, but now we're moving forward. We were concerned about the parking regulations at the state level, and we were pursuing legislative amendments, but now we're moving forward. So it's really hard to follow sometimes and understand kind of the twists and turns and why and how and all of that. So it just raises a lot of questions around, I think, the two fundamental things, which is the inclusionary zoning around the methodology. Where do we set the threshold? How do we, really kind of think through that? How do we get input from the builders who ultimately are going to be the ones that are building the housing? And then on the parking, it doesn't seem like it would hurt just to, have that discussion, evaluate that, look at, there does seem to be some options to allow for cases where you can provide some alternatives to the parking in case, we were to identify some significant issues, just reading the legislation. So it just seems like it's worthwhile to kind of go thoughtfully through this, consider all these different options and ideas, make sure we get the input of the builders, that we don't feel rushed, that we get this right. So that's why I was asking for, I'd like to vote yes on the state requirements, and then I'm kind of just unsure where I'm landing on the inclusionary zoning and the parking. On the inclusionary zoning, I personally, if we're going to move forward with that, I personally like the square foot option and in the 2,500 square foot kind of threshold, and I think that's a much easier thing. We're hearing that from the builders, a certainty really does mean a lot when you're looking to buy land and you're looking to develop, and having a very complicated formula where you don't know what the cost is, I think is problematic. So that's kind of where I'm thinking right now. Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Pascal, which one is the square foot option in your?
It's not on there because
Okay.
it wouldn't be just the PC's recommended option because I'm looking for some certainty around some kind of additional evaluation to make sure we're getting that right. That it's the right square foot cost, that it's the right threshold, you know, that we get additional input on that. And we, you know, reserve our right to enact that before the January 1st, 2027 date.
So basically at option 3, but with a different calculation methodology.
Yeah.
That was,
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. With regard to the parking requirement, I spent 7 years on the planning commission dealing with parking regulations and came to the conclusion that developers were unlikely to do things that are insane or not in their best interest or unsellable or create communities or developments that are not marketable. And I'm not particularly concerned with that's my ideological position on that. Do with it what you will. With regard to the affordable housing requirements, Deputy Mayor's point and the planning department's point that if we go up to 2,600, we've only paying for 100 additional square feet is reasonable. I think that is a good compromise. You know, it's difficult to envision people really needing a 4,500 square foot house. But a 2,500 square foot house or a 3,000 square foot house, you know, depending on family size. So I tend to lean towards, you know, adopt or amend the Planning Commission's recommendation on that. And I believe the Planning Commission's recommendation is 2,500 square feet, not 2,000 square feet. Is that right? So I'm leaning more towards the 2,500 square feet than I would 2,000 square feet. I understand the city manager's point that you can never go down. That's your point? So, in the final adoption, I favor 2,500 or a higher number, but I guess I don't have a strong objection to putting 2,000 as a placeholder if that's the intention. With regard to Councilmember Sweet's comments, I think she has a very, very valid point. And her point about being able to revisit things in 6 months and see what's working is a very valid point, because there's a lot of times where we've implemented something and years later we want to go back and we have to get it in the work program, and it's very complex to set aside other projects and revisit something. So, you know, I don't have huge concerns about implementing a requirement or an inclusionary zoning requirement or a fee in lieu or these things if we have mechanisms to throttle back if we need to. And what I fear is implementing a tax or a fee in lieu or an inclusionary zoning requirement, and then it languishes for years and we see, you know, a downtick in development, and we don't have a political mechanism to make easy minor adjustments. And so to Councilmember Sweet's point, you know, that would really, you know, inspire me to support this. Just knowing that, because, you know, the developers are saying that, you know, this is really going to slow development. And that's kind of what I would expect them to say when they have a new fee. But that's a very valid point, and I just like to ensure that we have a mechanism to make adjustments along the way. Thank you.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm, may I ask, where are you on parking? Are you on for the PC recommendations?
I tried in the kindest way
No,
to express my lack of.
not clear to me.
That's what I was expressing. Is I think the Planning Commission recommendation would be fine with me, but I can't even count the number of meetings that I have participated in parking, and I always thought that had we left it up to the private market and the free market, they would have probably done a better job than us. And that's where I am. And I guess the Planning Commission recommendation would be the best expression of that theory. Do you think that's right or not? You can say it's not.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it sounds like what you're saying would even potentially go beyond that, but I think that we're not intending to go there at this point. But I hear an openness to that.
It's the Planning Commission recommendation then.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to tackle parking first. I'm supporting the Planning Commission's recommendation. One of the reasons I am is it allows us to look at this incrementally. We can see what the impacts are. Hopefully, Councilmember Tim Chisholm's right, and the builders are going to do what's sellable and the right thing, but we can see upfront what the impacts are. I think in the earlier conversation, as this parking changes, we're going to have city cost to that. We're going to have more parking enforcement, and we're going to have to look at potential permit programs and so forth. So this gives us an opportunity to start testing and figuring out what to do. I also want to thank the Planning Commission. You guys have a hard job. You really do. And we are so grateful for the work that you do. I appreciate the creativity around what your recommendation, in my notes, I call it the Jacobson Amendment. But I think that I think City Manager option 3, because he listened to all of us throughout the last couple of days, is the one that I'm going to support moving forward. I had thought that we could delay this to phase 2, but I don't want to lose the opportunity to do this. When we pass this in June, we will have a year and a half to change it. It's a placeholder. And so, as Councilmember Pascal said, there's a lot of things we don't know. There's a lot of research. There's a lot of conversations. We're going to continue to see what other cities are doing. There might be inclusionary single-family zoning somewhere else in the U.S. that we want to take a look at. So I'm going to support option 3, and my intent is over the next 18 months, we're going to take a closer look at what we adopt next meeting and decide if we're going to keep that or revise it in some way. So I think that you have what you need. Any further clarifications from anyone that you want from us? Because we do have to pass this next meeting.
Thank you for the discussion. That was really helpful.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to call a quick break because I need one. So we will be back at 11:15 to do our last business item, council reports, and our exec session. All right, we are now moving on to our last item of business, which is the Interview Selection Committee recommendations for interviews for the Cultural Arts Commission vacant youth position. City Manager.
I actually believe this is,
Is Emily giving this presentation?
yes, the deputy city clerk is going to be playing, I hope.
We're not doing ISC names, city manager, it's just their recommendations.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
My apologies. So
Next
I'm too
time.
tired. So
Oh.
I believe there's only 3 names, and so
There's only 3 names.
Thank you.
So, all right.
So we just need a motion to approve the.
Okay, that's what I figured. All right. Would anybody like to approve or?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
I shouldn't have taken that break. Okay, it has been moved by Councilor Pascal, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve the committee's recommendation to interview all 3 applicants for the youth position. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to council reports. If you would like to skip your opportunity and email your report, there will be a reward. Deputy Mayor.
No report.
Councilmember Pascal.
No report.
Councilmember Falcone.
Gosh, pressure much. The only thing I'll say is that I will have an item under calendaring updates, or whatever we call that later.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I would like to move I'd like to move the awarding of the the City Council's outstanding service coin to Amy Bolin.
Second? You need a second? Okay.
Sure. Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Sweet, second by Councilmember Falcone to approve awarding Amy Bolin to receive a council coin. My understanding is our process is the city manager prepares a commendation letter to be presented to the recipient, and that we have to create a memo for our next meeting to include in the consent calendar, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Anything else? Councilmember Black?
I was going to share some really positive news about transit recovery, but my understanding is my council members want me
There's a little peer pressure happening right now.
So no report.
All right. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Nothing to report.
I will also send my report. It was very short and sweet. So now we'll move on to city manager reports.
Thank you. First, I'd like to suggest we can not have the executive session. We can bring that back to a future council meeting. So I'm going to suggest we hold off on that for tonight.
I see all head nods. Thank you.
There's no Kraken update, other than we are continuing to exchange language. We think we'll have a significant update on the June 17th council meeting, but things are progressing well at this point. Just any calendar updates from the council for the future council meeting?
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I sent out an email to my council colleagues yesterday on this, I believe. And as I mentioned in my email, we've received community requests to adopt a resolution in support of the trans and non-binary communities, specifically asking to be included in the resolution protecting and preserving their rights in our city, rejecting harmful policies and legislation, standing against threats at higher levels of government, protecting access to gender-affirming care and expression, and ensuring data privacy and respect for identity. We know that other local cities have adopted similar resolutions, including Bothell and Sammamish, and I believe Redmond was considering one on their agenda this evening as well. Aside from the resolution, community members have also in the request asked that we as city leaders be loud, visible, and bold in our support of the trans and non-binary communities, invest in inclusive infrastructure and resources, prioritize community-led safety, engage in continuous dialogue and accountability, celebrate and uplift queer communities, address Eastside specific barriers, and protect trans and queer youth in schools. So I just want to say before I make a motion that I'm really thankful to serve in a city that values diversity and to serve alongside leaders that don't back down when things get hard. And right now, some things are hard for all of us, but harder for some than others. We heard public comment tonight on some of the hatred that's happening right here in our region. It's not just at the national level, it's in our own backyard. And it's our responsibility, I believe, as leaders, to look out for everyone in our community, especially our most vulnerable. And right now, our trans and non-binary community members are being targeted and attacked, and we need to step up to meet the challenge. So, in response to these requests, and out of love and support for our trans and non-binary community members, I move that we direct staff to bring to us for adoption at our June 17th council meeting a resolution in support of our trans, non-binary, and gender-diverse community members that is responsive to these community member requests.
Second?
I heard Councilmember Sweet. She did not have her mic on, I don't think. All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet to bring a resolution in support of our transgender and non-binary community members. Any discussion?
I just want to say thank you very much for bringing that to us, Amy. I think it's very important.
Thank you.
And I just want to add thank you to the community members who have reached out to us and advocated for this, as well as leaders in neighboring cities for also taking on this important work.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Congratulations.
Any other calendar updates? Otherwise, that's the end of my report, Madam Mayor.
All right, I think there's nothing else from the council, so we are adjourned.
Thank you all.